Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We're live right now on the GreyNoise YouTube channel, and you've joined us for NetNoiseCon, our very first NetNoiseCon. We're super excited to have everyone today. Join us in the live chat. We'd love to hear from you and see you in there, ask questions, or just hang out and connect with folks. We've also got a Discord server. You'll see like the little Discord info scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We'd love to see you on the Discord server as well. We'll be hanging out there after the show as well. At least I will be. So if you want to use the Discord as kind of like the NetNoiseCon LobbyCon, so to speak, definitely do join us in the Discord. That would be really cool. Folks can use that to connect with each other. But let me flip over to my little slides here. So real quick, I'm going to go into a quick intro here. We'll have a quick look at GreyNoise Sift, which is some really cool technology that we're just coming out with now and testing right now internally. So we'll have more about that in just a minute or so. And then we're going to kick off with our first segment from Bob. It's super excited. He's been doing these really interesting news segments, kind of news briefings with internally here at GreyNoise. And so I was super excited to see what he can share with the community more broadly. So that's going to be really interesting. And then we've got 4 hours straight of content, super awesome speakers here today. We've got Santiago, Matt Johnson, Kimber Duke from GreyNoise. We've got Joseph, Floofpone, and Jonathan Reeder. So really great collection here of folks in the industry, folks in the GreyNoise community. It's going to be really interesting technical talks and career-focused talks for you all. So we're really excited to get into it. Real quick intro to me, since I'm new to many of the folks in the community. I'm a community manager. I joined GreyNoise in December as senior community manager. I've been doing community for 16 years, started in video games, got into InfoSec by spending over 5 years at Bug Crowd and building up their bug hunter or bug bounty community there. Really had a lot of fun there. I just recently became a dad on Christmas, this past Christmas, so that's been a lot of fun. And I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then fun fact for me, and you'll know this if you follow me on Twitter and stuff like that, is I'm a huge Blink-182 fan, so you can always quiz me or talk to me about that stuff. And then lastly, community shout-outs. So like I mentioned, we've got a great Discord server that we just launched last fall, so it's still kind of growing, but we'd love to really build a great place for you there. So join us over in the Discord. Like I said, we can use that as kind of the LobbyCon to connect with each other after the show or during the show. If you want to connect with people outside of the YouTube chat, Discord is a great place to do that. We also have Slack. The Slack is super useful. A lot of people use Slack, obviously, for work. So just join our GreyNoise Slack, and you can use that kind of while you're at work. Maybe pop over to the GreyNoise Slack, post something that you're seeing, ask other people if they're seeing it. There's some really interesting discussions in there. You can find all the links to this stuff at greynoise.io/community. We've got all the links to our communities there, as well as our social media and a bunch of other stuff. So check out that page. It's super useful. All right, so here's our agenda. Now I'm going to get into the quick look at Sift. We're going to look at Sift. We've got a cool demo from Kimber that I'll play in just a second, and then we're going to throw it over to Bob. So without further ado, let's go into Sift. Hey everyone, welcome. We're going to talk about Sift and sensors, our really cool technology that we're launching soon. We actually just launched Sift pretty recently internally. Is that right, Kimber?
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, we got it on some internal sensors, and we have a group of users testing for us right now, but we're getting some pretty cool results from it.
Awesome. So we have Sift up on the screen right here. What are we looking at?
So this is the report from yesterday. So we've got 25 records, and where these are generated from are the sensors in our internal testing network. We've only got 2 in here right now, and we can see they've got personas assigned to them. One is a Cisco iOS XE, and one is a ZTE router. And they've been online for a minute collecting activity network traffic, etc. And in order to process that information, we created Sift, which clusters the payloads and attempts to explain them. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into our highest threat score rating today, which basically just means the most interesting thing. Nothing urgent, nothing crazy, but you're going to find the most interesting behavior out of this result, according to Sift. So this is a remote code execution and router manipulation exploit. And we've got the payload example here, but if we want to find out more information, we click into the record and we've got the attack type, the tag that GreyNoise has assigned to it, which is this CVE 2016 associated with a worm, uh, an AI generated analysis that helps give us some insight into here and where Sift and the sensor picked this up. So another interesting insight that we see here from our observation points is the source IP was not observed in GreyNoise. So this is potentially targeted traffic, which might give you some insight on how to investigate this next. Another interesting thing about this payload, we can see in here that we actually see like a little bit of C2 infrastructure potentially. I mean, this being a worm, router manipulation, I believe this 2016 CVE was linked to some IoT. Uh, Mosey is an IoT botnet. So if we actually throw this in virus total, one of my favorite places to search things, I'm just going to throw the IP address in there, see what comes up. So no security vendor has flagged this IP address as malicious yet. And this analysis date 34 minutes ago was me shortly before this. So it's giving you some of the latest and greatest information potentially captured from your own sensor.
Awesome. Yeah. And we have some previous videos on our YouTube channel. We have from our open forum earlier in the year where we demoed setting up and launching the personas. So our community can expect more videos on that front, but really appreciate the quick walkthrough on Sift, Kimber.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome. And we're back. Thank you so much to Kimber for giving me that demo of Sift. That's some really cool tech that we've been working on for a while now, and it's been really exciting to see the results already. But now I'm going to throw it over to Bob. He's got a really exciting presentation or talk for you guys. Without further ado, here you go, Bob.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Let me get this thing up on the screen, see if I can actually manage to work my computer today. Hey, so we are going to talk a little bit about internet noise during this and how it relates to some bigger things happening out in like Cyberland. Before we get to all of that, though, I got a big announcement. I think it's up on the blog already too. But today, actually yesterday, right at the end of the day, we managed to tap into 1,337 tags. Yes, Leet Tag Day was yesterday. And this is incredible. This is incredible work by the entire team of detection engineers, data scientists, everybody here at GreyNoise. We were going to make a big deal about 1,000 tags, but we were like, 1,000 is a boring number. We need a Leet number, and so we challenged ourselves to get to this. And I want to kind of show why it's a really big deal before we get into some news stuff. We have just been hitting it out of the park this year, and coincidentally enough, one of the reasons why we have been able to do so much more tagging this year is what Kimber just talked about, Sift. Sift has really given our team bionic powers, and it's helped us get through the millions of payloads that we see a day very quickly. And she explained it, so I'm not going to go any more into that. And just take a look at the progress here. Now, yeah, everyone probably sees that little weird thing going on in 2022. 2022 was a really bad year in general for like everybody, including Ukraine. So there's a bunch of stuff happened out in the world that caused a bunch of CVE drops to happen, which means we made sure we had tags for all those when they actually happened. But this year, all from just what we see in payloads coming at us, we have been able to really just get ahead of it. And probably by the end of this quarter, we're going to be far surpassed all the total number of tags that we had for last year as well. So I'm tickled by this. One of the interesting things about this too is that like when GreyNoise first started and Morris was like in his current apartment like doing a bunch of stuff, I've obviously populated GreyNoise with all of like the existing known old school things that were out there. So there were a bunch of old garbage and some of the new garbage of that year. Sift has been actually finding a lot of people slinging like vulns from like 1999 and earlier, or sorry, earlier than now, in all the new stuff that we're seeing. So old vulns never die. And Kimber's got some great talks on that. So I hope you get to see her talks like when she does that, because she really like digs into like why the old vulns are out there and what they're actually doing. And just one more thing onto here. These aren't just like, hey, like we see like a new benign actor or something like that. These are real honest to goodness CVE. So our CVE inventory is also going up, which helps folks that are doing vul management and prioritization get their stuff. And like it's that's rocketed as well right now. So I wanted to take a time to let everyone know we are super excited. I hope you join me and like just being as excited as we are that we got to this point. Sadly, the next cool hacker number is like 31337, and I no offense to GreyNoise, I hope I'm not around for 30,000 tags. Like I hope none of us are actually probably hopefully the internet's safer by then. And speaking of the internet being safe or unsafe, I'm going to say two obvious things to everybody right now. The first one is that the internet has substantially changed in both content and behavior. And we said this a couple times to folks in the community may have heard this, but just to reiterate, we have noticed partially due to us, like we've kind of caused our own problem, because we have been kind of good at what we've done over the years. Attackers are changing their behavior. They're no longer doing like mass scans every other day. I mean, the lazy ones kind of are doing that, but the ones that used to do it have realized, oh, GreyNoise catches us. We probably need to change up how we do things. So that's actually caused us to have to think about some things in a different way. You've heard about our new sensors. You probably hear more about that like over the coming weeks too. So we tried to change up how we're doing things and design how we're doing things to kind of meet that. At the same time that the internet's gotten worse or different or changed, the world has actually gotten far more dangerous. You might have noticed some conflicts like across the globe that are actually happening like for the past few years and keep increasing in different places. And one thing I wanted to do is like shift into talking about three attacker groups. Don't worry, it's not going to take forever. And I wanted to just point out the operations that they're causing or that they're taking on, the areas that they're focusing on, what it means for citizens of the globe, citizens of the U.S. as well specifically, and then also like what we've done to change up things so we can make a difference in this space too when it comes to these like super elite cool hacker groups that are actually out there. And Sam can relay any messages that any folks have. So please feel free to drop as many questions as you have. If I can't answer them now, I'll do my best to answer them wherever and whenever you folks are going to be. But I want to start talking about like the area that I think is some of the most disconcerting. And I want to also go back. We have this little podcast and live stream called Stormwatch that we do every Tuesday. And a couple Tuesdays ago, we did a one that was focused on, hey, like, what about these industrial control system threats, these threats to the water and like critical infrastructure sectors? And it was a great conversation. Like the crew there has some fascinating insights. And I wanted to elaborate just a bit on mine in this context because I was making some statements in there that I think some people got a little confused with, which is like, I don't think there are no threats to the industrial control systems and water and wastewater electric grid, all those things. I don't think there's an immediate threat to them. In other words, I don't think there's a lot of threat to attacker groups going every single day, pounding these systems and taking all of our waters and utilities and electric stuff and everything offline. The danger still exists, but for people to do that domestically, it's a lot easier, like to throw like a piece of dynamite or whatever over into the thing and blow up a bunch of things to do stuff than to do cyber things. It's also harder to attribute that to there. But these things are actually under real risk, as we're going to see from at least right now, three very sophisticated attacker groups with three very different nation state supporters of them. And so like not only is like the wastewater and water treatment stuff at risk, the grid is at risk as well. The grid's also at risk from just itself these days too. The grid is not exactly like the most stable thing on the planet, as we've seen with all the storms. I live in Maine, so we were without power for a few days with this previous storm too. That's how bad the grid is. And these systems are most certainly in at least internally online in internal networks with a lot of these organizations. And as we're going to see, some of them are kind of silly enough to put them on the internet or at least put them somewhere internally that is not separated enough so that the attackers can get in there as well too. And you're going to see how this relates to GreyNoise like a little bit towards the end. So a real brief thing with three different attacker groups. First is Volt Typhoon. If you do anything in cyber, you probably have not been able to avoid hearing this, because I think every cyber news outlet covered these guys before. So just really briefly on this one, if you want to dig back into some news, the US actually gave a lot of information about this or like about mid-year last year. We've been hunting for this, and one reason why this group is disconcerting is that they're China sponsored, and actually put it here, they're China sponsored. Their entire goal is to get into networks, critical infrastructure, government, etc., and just sit there and linger until the right time. And I say the right time, and that's kind of back to the conflict thing we were talking about. There is an interesting Cold War happening with us and China specifically right now. They really want to do some significant things to Taiwan and are still holding back for many reasons are related to what we're doing and trying to prevent them from doing that. They also know that us getting to Taiwan is a haul. Trying to get anything over there is a pretty long haul. So getting boots on the ground, getting military equipment there would be really hard. And the more they can slow that down or cause us to have to look at internal problems that they might create, gives them a leg up to go do what they're going to go do. So they used this group to basically do that, to plant stuff so that they could use at some other time, basically press a button and goodbye whatever water facility or anything along those lines. A bit more disconcerting with these folks about that is they've actually had some successes. There was an action that they took in Hawaii, and it kind of spooked a lot of the spooks, because this is where we would launch operations like to go against offensively, at least from like a kinetic capacity, the folks in China, if they were going to do something to Taiwan. And if they could take out enough things there, they could cripple things to the point where we could not do a response in time to have it make any kind of difference. Sure, we could do a cyber response, but then you've got the cyber escalation. That's a whole other topic for a whole other webinar. So I wanted to make you aware, like, this is a real thing, and it may actually happen to your vicinity where you live as a result of these things happening. Who knows when this is actually going to take place or what's going to happen here. It's a really dynamically changing structure out there. Another one that has been come up more recently is the Cyber Army of Russia Reborn. This is the actual proper way to spell it, so all the cyber news outlets probably should get their act together for that one. You've probably seen a lot of information on this very, very recently. These folks have actually done some things as well. Like they actually linked to a breach of a Texas water facility. They're pretty bad folks as well too. Their entire goal is impairment. So where there's other ones may have defacement and some other things, like these ones really want to do impairment, and like in this case, they're doing a lot of other things as well. They're doing things mostly for people that support Ukraine and directly against Ukraine, and their sectors are very, very similar to the ones that the other ones have. When they do the defacement, some of the defacement isn't overt, like just writing pro segments. It's actually defacing in a way that is changing the integrity of the site. Like they may make messages that cause you to think one thing is happening when something else is actually happening as well too. And they're actually very active as well too. However, the one thing I wanted to point out as I talk about these very scary groups that are really, really bad people doing all these things, and they're super powerful and like whatever. You have to be careful about believing everything that they say, because this is not just a cyber warfare game, it's a propaganda game. So Le Monde had originally done a piece on one thing that they claimed they did. And one thing that they claimed they did was take out this really big dam. They were all like hyped about it. They really made a big deal about this. And ultimately what they actually did is they ended up taking out Dave's farm. And I have no idea if the farmer in France was named Dave, but they claimed one thing when they actually had done another, and they stopped a tiny piece of electronics that's associated literally with that dam right there. That's kind of making a creek be able to flow this one way or the other way. So just because they have the capability and just because they claim something, it's very important to not just react immediately to any bad news that you see on the internet about these things. You need to really take a step back. There's really no need to panic anyway, because you can't do anything about it once it's done, and not just spread misinformation, because the whole goal of this one was to make them look better than they actually were. So it's really, really important to tamper all that kind of stuff down. And the last one that I wanted to talk about today was the Cyber Avengers. They've been around a bit longer, and they're an Iran sponsor group. They care most about doing things against Israel, the United States, or anyone that supports Israel. Their motivation is also like 100% impairment, and they're focused on some of the same sectors, but they're really pretty good at going after water, energy, and general ICS and government sector folks that are out there. The attack types that they tend to focus on are way more varied. So like they'll do everything from phishing campaigns to try to get inside an organization directly to just disabling your ability to pay your water bill if you want to go do something silly like that. I have no idea how they think that is causing any real problem. But also they care a lot about exploiting publicly facing vulnerabilities as well. And one of the most prominent things that was seen, this goes back to like November of last year, they actually managed to get onto one of the Unitronics controllers, which helps these facilities actually maintain and manage all the operations that they have there. And this tiny little Aliquippa Water Authority did confirm that they were a target, they were hacked, and they claim that there was no risk to the public. That's what anybody's really going to claim for some of these things, unless you have something overt. And so the one thing I wanted to point out here, similar to the other one, so this one, it did actually hit a real water facility, it didn't hit Dave's farm. But it also hit like, and like if you're from Aliquippa or the Pittsburgh area, I'm making fun of you. But I mean, it's Aliquippa. Like this isn't like state of the art, like this isn't like a gigantic water facility. This wasn't going to impact tens of millions of folks out there. It was going to impact out there. And like they probably didn't have the best cyber practices that one could possibly have. And I think that's one reason why I also wanted to talk about this, because all three of these groups tend to really just, if phishing doesn't get them into where they want to get into, they're all exploiting very basic like vulnerabilities that we watch and we see every day for other technologies out there. You know, whether it's D-Link routers, whether it's Fortinet routers, whether it's any one of the other kinds of ones that don't bother to keep up and do security stuff ahead of time on their things, they're going to take advantage of those things to try to get in. A lot of times they get into these organizations, they get into the IT environments of these organizations, but then they can't manage to get to the operational technology components that are out there. And that's a good thing. That means there's a really good separation of duties. We've gotten kind of lucky in the US. This wasn't a by design thing. Like all these different water authorities and different parts of critical infrastructure that run things for us every day, they didn't design them with those gaps in place. These things just grew over time from old stuff to new stuff, and they just didn't get around to doing the connections that are out there. As more things do get plugged into the internet, because they're going to get plugged into the internet, and as some of those barriers internal break down over time, because that's what's going to happen, they don't really listen to national standards a lot for these things, despite CISA doing a pretty phenomenal job providing them. This is going to become an increasing weak spot. And as the tensions in the world heat up, because they have been, and they're going to keep doing that, this is going to be something that we need to watch out for. And along those lines, it isn't just going after these facilities. Like, so they are targeting them, like they are going after them. But if you run these things, you could have a direct impact as well, too. Like they can easily sling an opportunistic attack at you as easily as they would a targeted attack at these folks, because it literally is just trying to do a Fortinet vulnerability exploit. And in similar fashion, if they do manage to take down a component of critical infrastructure like the grid, it probably will impact your ability or your organization's ability to do business. So you do have some responsibility here to watch what's happening, to kind of make sure that you're all protected from your perimeter, but you also need to have a plan in case this actually does happen. Hopefully your BCDR crews are doing that pretty well, but it's something that you should have top of mind if you're doing any kind of cyber work for your organization. And I guess the last thing before I kind of move on to like what's GreyNoise doing to help in this space is, if you aren't doing what you can to protect your organization, you could be a phishing launch spot for these folks. Like if they come in, they have access to like a really clean email system or a clean email domain, they could use that to legitimately try to get phishing messages, the good ones, through to other organizations out there, or just slurp all the email and craft really good phishing messages against you as well too. So just be careful. These folks are on the prowl. They also farm work out to subgroups as well too. So it's just really important to know that these things are happening and going on out there. Now, I'm saying GreyNoise is ready. I said GreyNoise it has stuff that we can do to help that. And like one of those things you saw was Sift. That's something that we've been using internally since around August of last year to try to get a better handle on that. Again, that's why we have the number of tags that we have. But what we're working on and what we have been working on and what we're rolling out now is our brand new sensor fleet. And with this brand new sensor fleet, it gives us the ability to create all sorts of personas that we're not able to do in a very easy way before. And what I've got up on the screen now is just an example of 3 of the ones that mimic some of these components of critical infrastructure that we just kind of talked about. And we do see hits for these on a regular basis. We see exploits being thrown at these. We see probes from very bad places associated with these when we have our honeypots, when we actually bother to stand these up and have them running out there. So there is a constant awareness to go find these things. They're just waiting for more of these things to pop up on the internet and in the right places. And so that's some of the part about where I say we're ready. So while we have these and we can put them up anywhere, having a PLC that controls stuff, some sitting in like Amazon's cloud, not very convincing to a sophisticated attacker. So we are ready and willing to work with any groups that are out there to put these things homed on the perimeters of portions of critical infrastructure so that we can help get a leg up on these folks that are trying to do these attacks. We can also ourselves try to figure out where some of these things are and get adjacent to them just to try to get a little bit of a better insight about their frequency and the kinds of attacks that are happening out there. And these are already pre-made ones, but we can also watch for what they're slinging because of Sift. And then when we see that they're going after maybe some new types of technology, go ahead and create either a complete working version of it by getting the software or standing up our own version of it in a honeypot in a very light way, just to try to be able to see what they're doing and what further things they might do as a result of that. And all this is going to be available to everybody really soon. There's a whole bunch of folks in the early access program, and I know they're onboarding cohorts right now for these. So our ability to really see what's happening is being leveled up significantly with all these new improvements that we've been making. We've got a lot more coming with these. You're going to be able to see a lot more with Sift. A ton more tags are going to be coming on the way. And really, like, this has just been one of the funnest times to work at GreyNoise because we are literally making the internet a safer place every single day and every single improvement that we actually make. I tried to leave enough time for questions, so if anyone does have any questions, Sam, fire them away at me.
Yeah, let's see. So, interesting kind of discussion point that came up, or at least a place to, or something to discuss, came from Emily Austin. They asked, some of this activity seems trivial, but thoughts on these being practice or trial runs for larger operations?
I think some of the trivial ones are totally there for them to just claim credit that they can do things and to prove that they have the capability to hack into them. And it could be trial run, it could be practice. I think it's just them doing something overt so that they can get headlines in the news and people can go, ooh, scary. I am more concerned about the ones like Volt Typhoon, where the government figured out this was a campaign going on, but now they're just sitting dormant in places. Who knows where they're sitting dormant in organizations. Really good place to sit is a printer. So, I mean, if any threat actors are listening, you should just sit on a printer because no one watches the printers and stuff out there to do that. And being able to launch from there or doing operations from there to try to get into the OT environment. And that's so to Emily, Mike, my biggest concern now is that plus I think we're going to see more of these shops put stuff on the internet. I just think the convenience of it, the need to do like remote to it because of the way that jobs are shifting and the way that the whole like workplace stuff is shifting, even in this sector, or even in these critical infrastructure sectors. I'm really afraid that and if we see it, I also know Emily is. So if we see it, Emily's going to find them because she'll be able to scan the internet and tell us that they're there. But yeah, so it's like I'm not like super scared, but the Volt Typhoon thing really spooked me a bit, and I've read some things in the past week or two that make me understand this is kind of really real. So
We've got one last question. It looks like our next speaker, Santiago, just joined, so I'm super excited to get into his talk in just a minute or so. But last question came from Tom. They asked, do you have any insights into APT groups that don't align perfectly with Pentagon geopolitical analysis?
So right now, this may change in the future. We do our best to not be in the attribution business because that's kind of a dangerous business, and it's also fraught with peril. A lot of times, people that do attribution get it really wrong. What I can say, so the answer, the technical answer, the actual full answer is no. The partial answer, or maybe the extended answer, is we have now begun to group the CVEs that the various attacker groups do use, so the various APTs do use. We do have internal views of those that we monitor on a regular basis, and we're trying to put some stuff in place that watch what the behavior of those things look like and the IP addresses that go against them, just the behaviors there, especially when we have the new sensor fleet fully online. That will probably give us the ability to give you more insight into what the groups might be going after versus the ones that you're talking about online there. But we try to stay out of even then, we're just going to go groups that look like this, do these things, because we really try to not be in the attribution business.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Bob. If you're watching us live on YouTube, please give some chat emojis or sorry, clap emojis in the chat. But thank you so much, Bob. I really appreciate your time today. It's awesome for you to join us for the first NetNoiseCon.
It's awesome. I'm so glad you put this together. Everyone, go bring the noise on. This is gonna be a great day. Have fun.
Awesome. Well, we've got our next speaker. He's already here. Thank you so much. You joined right on time, which is awesome, kicking us off in style. So this next talk, I think, is going to be really interesting. You're going to be talking about cyber resiliency. I'm just going to throw it right over to you.
Yeah, Sam, and I actually decided to change the topic, man. So I hope the audience is okay with that. This is more like the next step, right? Like cyber resiliency for us as professionals, as we look at the mass adoption of AI and the upcoming tsunami of knowledge and information. So let me share my screen here. All right, can you see that? Yes, and hopefully you can see that as well. Yes, so cyber resiliency is resiliency for an enterprise or for a network, right? But how can we ourselves become resilient on the upcoming changes with the mass adoption of AI, right? That is going to create an abundance of knowledge, right? Like right now we have an abundance of things. Imagine if you want to go buy a designer, sure, you can go to Target and get one for $9.99, right? If you want to buy a piece of a nice design furniture, you can go to Walmart, get it for $45. So what I'm trying to say with that is nowadays we're living in a time that we can have almost everything that people in previous generations couldn't even imagine, right? Like the quality of life and the abundance of things that we have now would have been even dreamed for the 1% of population generations ago. So this abundance is going to create challenges as we need to adapt the way we're thinking. And why does that matter? Because, it's the intersection of brain skills, functions per different hemisphere of the human brain. And over the last decades, many decades, right? Most of the work that has been done via skills and functions developed by the left side of the brain, right? The left hemisphere, which is in itself responsible, for the language processing, mathematical reasoning, logic, and anything that has to do with analytical tasks. Now, that has been fantastic when it comes to all the work that we've done and all the innovation that we've had on the spaces, from innovation in medicine, from doctors, right? Now, where I think we're going to have to do a lot more work is on implementing the right hemisphere skills, right? This conceptual thinking and functions. So the right hemisphere of our brain handles spatial awareness, your ability on artistic, right? It's very important on your creativity, intuition, and emotional processing, which, as you know now, emotional intelligence is one of those most sought after soft skills for companies, right? Any questions so far, Sam, here? I can keep going. Yeah, so what are some of the key cognitive functions of our left side of the brain is, again, language skills, mathematical ability, and analytical thinking. So when it comes to analytical thinking, this is mostly focused on the logical reasoning, right? Problem solving, and follow structure thinking. When it comes to our language skills, it's mostly, the speaking itself, right? The grammar, vocabulary, and language comprehension. And it's very strong and allows us our mathematical ability, which is what it's involved in all the math, calculation, number manipulations, and quantitative analysis. So what are some of the skills that are enhanced by these natural tendencies and these natural strengths that we have on the left side of our brain is the analytical skills to identify complex issues and logical problem solving, right? Remember on the previous slide we talked about structures. This is what the logical problem solving framework goes, right? Our left side of the brain allows us to be very good on detail-oriented functions and tasks, right? Imagine a lawyer, for example. Excellent tasks are requiring precision and structure, same as medicine. And again, the mathematical ability on all the numerical disciplines. Now, as you can see the trend here, right? All these skills, all these functions. Well, then guess what? Society have all these, career paths that are favoring this left side of the brain, right? Which, as you can see, has been the ones that have really, helped us evolve our society to have a lot of different career paths that are it used to be when generations ago, if you want to be successful in life, you better be a lawyer, right? Maybe you want to be an engineer, maybe study finance, because these are the same skills that are leveraged. Now what it has done has created a challenge when a lot of these functions are not really creative, right? They're like pretty structured. And nowadays, and as you're going to see as I discuss on the mass adoption of AI, how this new abundance of knowledge is going to require us to leverage more the right side of the brain skills that we're going to, talk more. Now, implications of like on the professional development side of these left brain skills. Again, this is the structured career paths that we already talked about. That require the systemic thinking and detailed planning. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we're gonna move on to what I've been spending a lot of time researching is the the skills and functions of our right hemisphere, right? And it's very strong for creativity and artistic skills. This is the hemisphere that facilitates our imagination, artistic abilities, and creating problem solving. It's being able to grasp different concepts and put them together for a solution. This side of the brain, it's also the one that allows us for, spatial awareness, which is key understanding on and manipulating of spatial relationships, which is pretty fundamental for fields like architecture and design, and emotional perception, enhances emotional intelligence, empathy, and ability to read and respond to societal cues. When I think it's key here, the spatial awareness, I think is one of the most important skills that we need to start more developing ourselves. Why? As now we have an abundance of things, right? The value of now in some cases it resides on the aesthetics, right? On how beautiful something is, right? That's why design makes a lot of impact nowadays. It's not just good enough to have a good product, right? Your product has to be good and it has to be at the same time in a way beautiful. Now, some skills are enhanced by the right brain dominance, intuitive decision making, right? That gut feeling, that ability to make decisions based on intuitive understanding. As human beings, there's so much that we're perceiving through all our senses that is not just things that we're reading on black and white, right? And being able to take action on everything that you're perceiving, I think it's really important. Again, this at the same time allows you to come up, instead of seeing the world under one perspective, imagine having a prism, right, where everything you see has a different light, different perspectives. So that allows you to have innovative problem-solving skills. It strengthens your creativity abilities, again, enabling and unique out-of-the-box solutions. And my favorite part as well here is the artistic expression, right? It boosts the abilities for visual arts, music, sculpture, and allows us as well to interpret what these artists are painting, designing, and doing, right? But it's a way for you to interpret with your sensors, not necessarily interpret in a logical way via numbers, right? Makes sense to you, Sam? Am I on point, man? What are your thoughts?
No, it makes total sense. I think it's really interesting topics right now as AI models become increasingly more complex, and we all are all having to kind of think through this stuff. So yeah, super appropriate topic.
Okay, good, good. Thank you for inviting me as well. So now, what are some of the traditional jobs and career paths that favor the right side? Is obviously the creativity, the arts part of it, right? So the creative industries, advertisement, marketing, graphic design, multimedia arts, humanities and education, which I think it's something that should be more strongly viewed by society. I think we need a lot more educators in the world, and suitable for again, you can be a teacher, you can work on psychology, cultural studies, and all these are career paths where empathy and holistic understanding of the world and of what you're doing is very valued. And again, this is also my favorite part, and what I'm working on is the innovation and research and development function, right? Being able to come up with different perspectives, be able to grasp concepts at a different level, abstract thoughts to that, and not just think on the way the box is, but think outside the box. This really enables you to come up with those different solutions. And I keep looking right because that's where I see your face here, but the camera is here. So implications of right brain dominance in professional development. Again, enhanced creativity, number one, right? Innovative problem solving skills and abilities, and being able to adapt to different environments. I think that's going to be key as we move forward, right? Interpersonal skills. This is number one. If you want to collaborate and get better at working on teams, interpersonal skills and just being nice to people, man, and being perceptive of how people are communicating, how what are their personalities, what are their motivations. It really enables you to be more effective. And unfortunately, being remote has kind of made that a little bit more challenging. It's not impossible, but it does require a lot more effort. And emotional intelligence gives you the ability to lead with empathy and understanding. And I think it's really valuable on leadership roles, right? Being able to influence or motivate your team without sounding negative or putting too much pressure, right? In one way, like I believe there's talent everywhere, right, Sam? And I think our job as leaders is identify where people are geniuses, right? I think everybody has a capability to be outstanding. It's up to us discover what that is and just enable that for them, right? And it's counterintuitive to the traditional HR practices, but I think it's changing as different generations come to the market. Now organizations have to adapt to what the different intricacies of Gen Z, for example.
Right.
Now this is what I've been thinking for the last couple of years, man, and that's why I decided to change my my talk is the role of AI on knowledge expansion, right? So what AI enables for us is incredible data processing capabilities that we have not, frankly, I never thought possible years ago, right? Personalized learning allows you to really learn everything that you can at a pretty good baseline level, right? Maybe not at the graduate level of college, but depending on what data at the same time you can feed to this model, then you can keep going and more specialized. And just like globalization created an abundance of trade, right? Now we can have products from all over the world wherever we are, right? I think that this as mass adoption of AI is going to create an abundance of knowledge, right? And that's going to allow, like when internet first came in, that allowed people to start talking on different means. I think by having access to this incredible cognitive source of knowledge, right? It's going to enable a lot of people are going to elevate themselves, right?
Yeah.
Now and that's gonna that's what I call as the knowledge tsunami, right? And some of the challenges is going unprecedented surge of the amount of available information, right? The volume is going to be incredible. The speed of accumulation at the same time just going to keep growing exponentially, outpassing our human capacity to absorb and process that. And the diversity of sources, as we title these models together, then all the data together, right? As they're able to train with everything that's out there, is just like the next layer of information processing. And so the implications of this knowledge tsunami like we mentioned on the previous slide, right, is information overload. We don't have the bandwidth to see everything and do everything, right? At the same time, just like as we've seen a lot of the outsourcing on the software engineering and the automation space, right, that those used to be blue-collar jobs in the US, because that's where all the work that has been done in the US. Then people eventually in India, in Asia, in other places were able to do the same high quality of work for a fraction of the cost, right? So that has driven a lot of outsourcing of the work that used to be, left side skill, left side brain type of roles. Outsource them, right? Because that's the by the access and ability, by the accessibility of and decentralization of production of these processes, then allows economies that are more cheaper, right? Now, and this is what I'm not necessarily afraid of, right? Not here in the U.S. at least. Why? Because I think no other country has the creativity that we have, right? I think, and the reason I say that is this is still the #1 country for immigrants or for people to come and make the best of their life, right? The freedoms that we have here, freedom of expression, of freedom of speech, economic freedom, is really a catalyst for people to come and build different products, different companies, different movements. People are allowed to express themselves, and that's why I think we are more probably better equipped to learn the right brain skills that we need to do the next level of work, right? So how do we navigate this knowledge tsunami? Is by fostering creativity and innovation. Then we can find new ways to interpret and use this vast amount of data that AI is going to give us access to, which I think is part of the American innovative spirit. Again, it's going to really help us on emotional intelligence to understand and managing the dynamics of human and the AI interaction in the workplace, and being able to see the big picture, right? That holistic thinking, which is really challenging as well now, especially as we're getting close to the election time, right? It feels like the news media, it's very challenging to navigate, right? We always got to be cognizant of whatever we see, think twice, not just believe it at take it at face value. So yeah, that's what I wanted to chat with you here. Now open for any questions, thoughts, or
Yeah, let's see. We'll get you. There we go. Yeah, let's see. We've still got some time left in your talk, so we could take some questions from chat. If anyone has any questions, please throw them in. We had a comment from Frank. He said, "Loving this dive," so that was cool. People are appreciating it. Brianna asked. They asked, "Have you read Molly White's recent blog post about AI? What are your thoughts about it?" Are you familiar with that?
I have not. I'll put it on my.
Okay, I think one of the I was glad to. I just thought this was an interesting talk, given that just yesterday, Facebook or Meta announced Llama 3, and that's going to be an open source model. They plan to open source their next 1 or 2 models as well. So we're going to continue to just see this technology increase dramatically over the next, let's say, 18 months or so. We're just going to be hurtling towards quote unquote AGI. And so it's just such an interesting, we're just at a really interesting inflection point in this technology. Curious if you have any other thoughts on just kind of like the implications of this stuff, especially with models like with Llama 3 that going open source. And then also, I guess I wanted to mention too, that Facebook's rolling that out across all their products. So now when you go in Facebook or Instagram search, there's an AI chatbot right there that wants to help you do basically anything. So it's just pretty incredible, the democratization of this technology.
Yes, spot on, man. I think commend the efforts of anybody on specific, academia is known by doing work, and what do academia wants? They want to publish the research, right? So they're always going to be publishing out there. So whenever you see private companies doing something similar, right, in order to elevate the understanding of technologies, that's always, viewed positively on my side, right? Because again, that creates innovation. That's how you foster innovation. Now, Sam, what I'm not struggling with, but in the back of my mind is, as we are fantastic at innovate, we innovate at speeds that really nobody else does, right?
Right.
And the challenge with that is the implications of some of these innovations are not understood until many years later, right? Case in point, the social media, right? Fantastic at innovate, fantastic pushing it out there to everybody, but then 10 years later, you see implications on the psyche, right? On the, of people that maybe are not ready to really jump into this. And at the same time is, there's so much information out there, and we need to be able to protect um, our own mind, right? So, and I think being able to, have access to really good information and education, helps us protect our cognitive domain, right? Which is by knowledge. No, yeah,
Right.
that good for them. No, I'm excited to see where this is going. But yeah, totally right. Like Microsoft AI Copilot, right? And I'm googling something, and already there's Google is already
Yeah.
doing that for me. I just saw that like a few days ago, and yeah, I'm excited to see where the this is going.
Yeah, I mean, Google I/O is in about 3 weeks, I think it is. So expect a bunch of different Google products that are going to have more and more AI stuff integrated into it. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting times. If anyone, again, throwing it out to the live chat, if you guys have any other questions, please let us know. I guess one other thought to kind of get you churning is any thoughts or advice for people at companies right now in terms of how they should think about AI? I guess where I'm thinking about this is like, there's kind of this meme of like, oh, just sprinkle some AI on top of like whatever company you are. You just sprinkle some AI on top, and then all of a sudden you're an AI company or whatever. And I think we're still often kind of searching for actual interesting implementations and usages of AI. The stuff that kind of takes stuff a little bit further than what's the obvious, I guess. So like the chatbot or whatever. So I guess curious if you have any thoughts about how people at work should be thinking about how to integrate AI into their company or even just their day-to-day work. And
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably answer this in two ways. I mean, two parts, right? One from the perspective of an employee, right, and then the second one from the perspective of leadership. Starting from the perspective of leadership, if you are a company that does anything that's not just like go and break rocks, right, or handle heavy equipment, you need to take advantage of AI, right? You need to invest and figure out what's the best way to provide a safety mechanism for your employees to explore, right? To come up with best practices, to come up with innovation that will help your business itself. It could be automating a function, automating a process, enrichment a playbook, anything like that. And I'm afraid of a lot of these companies that do a lot of basic customer service type of work over the phone, right? Like what's going to happen to hundreds of or millions of jobs whenever the next iteration of Gen AI comes, that is going to those jobs not cost effective for businesses, because businesses at the same time, if they can hire an AI model for $1 an hour compared to paying somebody, then they're going to make that business decision, right? And so yeah, companies need to be aware that this could be a very big disruption for them if they don't take action of it. And as an employee, what what I would do is ask your leadership for not necessarily a sandbox, but think about like a sandbox, like a safe space, right? I think for creativity and innovation, it's important to give our people room for growth, and that room for growth is also room for failure, right? That's how you experiment. It's by trying and trying and trying and trying until it works out, right? Obviously take the lessons learned whenever you guys are failing, and I think there's some probably I know there are, but what I would do from best practice is not block AI access to your employees, right? Just create the controls where they're not allowed to put in customer data, right? Or create an instance internally that is monitored by your team, right? For example, an instance where employees, depending on controls you have, they're not allowed to, receive the entire answer because they don't have access to the data that everybody else has, right? Like, how do you put controls on information so you can restrict whatever's the output, right?
Well, awesome. Yeah, Frank in the chat said, yep, working IT help desk, it became apparent that they were training models to take over eventually. Yeah, the only thing I was going to add, or basically just expand on, is I think everyone should be experimenting with this stuff as much as they can, just to keep yourself in the loop, right? Like if you're, boots on the ground, obviously we're all trying to make sure that we're skilling up and making sure that we're relevant in the current marketplace, so to speak. So I just suggest experiment with this stuff, get a chat GPT subscription or whatever, or experiment with Gemini. Just keep yourself in the loop so that you can experiment with how to use this stuff. And sometimes it's not always like super useful, but it can at least help me like iterate on ideas. Like I'll throw it a thing that I'm thinking about and it'll throw me back some ideas. And a lot of them aren't great, to be honest with you, but at least like it kind of helps me validate some thinking that I have, or it's almost kind of like bouncing ideas off of someone. So I think it's just useful for folks to keep experimenting with it.
No, I agree. And that's how, get exposure to something, right? I think traditionally, I know I have maybe a few minutes here, is how do people used to get the best education, Sam, 100 years ago, right? Or 200 years ago, and every time before that, you know how it was? By traveling, right? That's how people used to get the best education, by exposing themselves to different cultures, different languages, different everything, right? And I think that's the same case with this. We need to expose ourselves, but we got to consciously do it in a way that we're thinking about how to use this for our advantage, right? So yeah, exposure is key.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. There's a lot of chat. Brianna, I'm going to read their comment. They said, the problem with IT and SOC analysis and programming is they're all highly contextual. If you've ever had to talk to your health insurance, you can already see how frustrating it is when someone asks GPT to do a job best served by a human. Yeah, and they're just kind of talking about how like an LLM might use kind of templated actions or what have you. So obviously there's definitely limitations to this stuff right now.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and thank you for inviting me, Sam. Happy to chat with you and your audience at any time. Okay.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you jet. But thank you so much for joining. Matt should be up here in just a minute or so. So I'll keep an eye on chat, but you're welcome to bounce whenever you want. And thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Sam. Take care, guys.
Thanks. So coming up in just a minute or so, a couple minutes or so, we've got Matt. He's going to be talking about mental health and burnout in cybersecurity, a topic that I think many of us in the industry are familiar with, probably on a personal level. So I think this is going to be a really relevant topic and really interesting. So I'm super excited to throw it over to Matt in just a second. In chat, definitely join us in the chat. Leave a comment. We'd love to see you in there. Shout outs to Brianna, Sam, Sanderson, Philip, Frank, the whole crew, especially the crew over at GreyNoise. Thanks for the support, you guys, on this Friday morning / afternoon. And let's see, we've got like 3.5 more hours of content, so much more to come. Join us in the Discord server if you want to hang out and kind of do a LobbyCon type chat. If you want to connect with people, network or whatever, the Discord server is obviously always available when we're doing these events or not. But we'd love to have that be a place for people to connect with others. And we also have a Slack server if you're kind of want to join us over there, you prefer Slack. You can find all those details at greynoise.io/community. All right, so I'm going to quit with the preamble and throw it over to Matt. Are you good to go?
Matt, I'm good to go if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to move you to a different screen and make sure that everything looks good. Yep. Awesome.
And does that look
Well,
all right too? You can see my screen.
yeah, I'm gonna kind of make it bigger for everyone so they can see it all. And then I think we will be good to go. All right, awesome, everyone. Well, without further ado, Matt, take it away.
Hey everyone, and Sam, thanks for having me. This is awesome. Glad I got to see you out at NetNoiseCon a few weeks ago too. And yeah, thanks GreyNoise for having me. Love what you guys do. So, hey everyone, I'm Matt Johansson. I my day job, I'm the head of software security for a little website called Reddit. And my nights and weekends, I spend a lot of time working on creating a lot of my own content, especially around this brand that I created called Vulnerable You. And it's a bit of the intersection between cybersecurity and mental health is how I launched it. So if those of you who know Brene Brown, oh yeah, let me put this up. So if you know Brene Brown, or if you don't, Brene is a prominent author and public speaker and talks a lot about mental health and things like this. And one of her core topics, she says, is the power of vulnerability. And she calls herself a vulnerability researcher. And I always heard that and said, hey, wait a second, me too. Um, but very different types, right? And so I always liked the clash of those words. And so I decided to lean into it. So did the good security guy thing and made a QR code because everyone loves QR codes in security, for where you guys can find me. I do have chat. I can see chat. So Sam, I know you're probably looking, but I've got a big enough monitor. I've got everything up. So if you guys, feel free to interject as I go. No need to wait to the end on this one. It's more of a conversational talk, obviously, less technical than usual stuff that I'm generally talking about. But yeah, a little bit more about me and my life in security, so you know where I'm coming from. I started as a pen tester type way too many years ago, doing all sorts of pen test consulting, and then I went to a company called White Hat Security, and I was a web app pen tester there, and wound up building out their threat research center down in Houston. So wound up hiring, training about 65 web app pen testers working on DAST and SAST type stuff, really just finding all the AppSec type bugs across like 30,000 websites that we were looking at. So that was a really cool job. And then I went and I was the head of security for a fintech company called Honest Dollar that got bought by Goldman Sachs. So got the trial by fire into big finance. And then I was running all cloud and container security for Bank of America. And then wound up running all vulnerability management, all vuln identification and remediation for Bank of America. So that's kind of my past. And now at Reddit, I once again kind of come full circle and own AppSec at Reddit, and I own our bug bounty program. I know a bunch, Sam and a bunch of people probably listening are Bug Crowd, Illuminati, or whatever. And yeah, so back to my AppSec roots and stuff like that, just so you know who you're talking to. So uh, talking a little bit more about vulnerability and why this kind of jumps out at me. First of all, it's a word that we're all super familiar with in security, right? And it's also a word that tends to seem very bad in security, right? It's like, oh, we have vulnerabilities, we need to fix them right now, right? Or we need to identify, like I just said in my own career path, I owned all vulnerability management and remediation for a bank. Like I had a team of like dozens of people just identifying and then fixing vulnerabilities, right? And so I think it's an interesting thought experiment for us in our career to think about vulnerability as something that could also be a strength and something that we can lean on, right? And so this is something I'm trying to practice it with myself, right? Is to lead with vulnerability and talk about a lot of these things more publicly. I like this both in, obviously, we're going to talk about mental health and things like that today, but I do like this truly in the technical sense of cybersecurity as well, is us just talking about things that we struggle with publicly just helps us all so much, right? I don't know how, I mean, what we're doing right here is awesome, right? Like these little community events are where I've built my entire career, where I've met so many people, and where I've learned so much. I've got tons of Slack channels that I sit in that are Discords that I sit in that are more like the back room. I know, Sam, you called it the hallway con, right? The hallway track. The hallway track of every conference I've ever gone to is the only reason I go to those conferences, right? Talks are cool, but the hallway track is just like magic. It's where you really connect with people. And so I do truly like leading with vulnerability in the technical sense too, right? Is like, hey, I'm struggling with blah blah blah. This at my organization, man, I can't get budget to spin up a new AppSec thing, or like man, our bug bounty triage is just sucking the life out of my team, or whatever it is. If you talk about that publicly instead of like hiding behind like the scary PR teams and NDAs that our industry is just steeped with, we wind up all learning a whole lot, and we also can like navigate this whole thing a lot better, right? I also really like this quote from Glennon Doyle. I read her book. If you don't know Glennon, she's awesome too, and speaks a lot about this. And I really liked how she put like how depression and anxiety feels to her, and that other people still see her, but she can't really feel anything, right? And I think that this is something that I also want to talk about a lot today. Is like a lot of people that you see in the industry, CISOs or content creators or anyone who's on stage and seems like they've got their shit all together, I guarantee you they don't, right? I know a lot of these people personally, and they've all got their own struggles. We all do, right? And so that's what we're here to talk about. So real quick, we're going to talk a little bit about just any data that I've collected over the years, and a few people have done studies and reports about our industry, or even just like the tech industry a little bit more broadly. It was easier to find data on, and what is kind of specifically challenges our industry in the mental health field. And then, of course, I use all the terminology that we're all super familiar with, right? What are the threats and vulnerabilities to our own mental health that we should talk about? And then I also really like leaning on terminology of like incident response. I don't know how many people here work in like IR, defer, or like a SOC or something like that, but I kind of lean on some of those things because of course I do. And then community. That's what we're doing here today, right? I mean, Sam, I think community is in your job title, right? So like that's what we're doing. Obviously, there's power in it. There's power in it in more than just this, right? More than just like helping startups get their name out there. It's more about like everything. Community is like we're social creatures, right? I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. So let's get into evidence, right? So there's actually a brand new book that came out like last week or the week before, but Jonathan Haidt's a really cool author. If you guys haven't read his books, go look at a few of them. And he just dropped a book called The Anxious Generation. It talks a lot about data about how if you look at mental health in young adults now, um, especially in young women, how drastically the stats have changed. And if you correlate it all back, it's like right to the launch of social media and smartphones, and just the prevalence of that in specifically like right around puberty people, right? It's like a lot of us that like I'm an elder millennial. Sam, I think we're of similar generations because we both like Blink-182. So I think that, yeah, that's kind of like we were probably in high school around the same time.
Yeah.
And so, but so like we were kind of like, I don't know, for me, I didn't get like I didn't get a smartphone until after college, right? I'm like, for me. So like we had like the Nokia bricks that you could literally like survive a nuclear fallout, and I could play Snake on it, but those weren't doing complete warfare on my mental health. Right. But this book talks a lot about how like, hey, we put like the whole social stigma aspect of life like right into the pocket of like a prepubescent person like trying to figure out how to navigate life, and like what that's created. Right. So if you're really interested in this topic, definitely go check this out. But there has been some other studies done specifically on our industry, right? And I don't mean to be the guy that gets up here and is like phone bad, social media bad, right? I literally am on Twitter constantly as like part of my job. And that's what I really want to talk about is like, I'm not coming up here and being like, hey guys, like, let's all become monks and turn your phones off and social media evil. It's not realistic in 2024, right? Especially in our industry. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Is a lot of the career that we've chosen is the antithetical to a lot of the advice that you're going to get on how to like unplug and like, refresh and recharge and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, then I'm falling behind, right? If I'm not staying on top of it, I'm falling behind. And so That's a huge part of what we're going to talk about today. The other bit is, and this is kind of why I've liked creating this brand around vulnerability, is that there's this big stigma around talking about like your mental health, right? Here's just some stats real quick. It's like a significant amount of people are going to like avoid seeking help when they feel like they need to because they feel like others will judge them. They also, a significant amount of people fear that that might cause them to lose their job, right? If they go to someone at work and be like, hey, I need support right now, I'm having a problem due to whatever reason, right? I mean, it literally could be genetics, right? It doesn't need to be like, oh, something major has happened in my life. I'm having a problem right now. If you tried to voice that at work, a third of people feel like if they voice that at work that they would possibly lose their job, right? And then obviously our healthcare system, if those of you, I'm speaking from the United States, I think probably most of the audience is as well, but if you're not, the healthcare system here is kind of fucked, to to say it in the right language. I think that's an appropriate use of an F-bomb. Yeah, navigating that is also obviously a challenge. But that's why I like to, again, leading by vulnerability. The more that those of us that are comfortable or in positions where, I'm in a privileged position. I do not fear losing my job talking about this, right? I feel like, I feel like I'm someone that is in a position that that's okay. So I'm going to lean on that and show by example, like, hey, I'm going to talk about my struggles with my mental health and my journey and whatever things that I've had to go do, to hopefully A, help anyone around me feel like they're less alone, but B, give some other people the courage to do the same, right? So yeah, you look at some other numbers here. 38% of people interviewed in this study feel anxiety or dread about going to work. And then I know that this is a pretty recent study. The decrease in workplace benefits. I know in the tech industry, we've like, it's kind of been a meme of how many benefits we get, right? Free lunch, free breakfast, blah, 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 blah. If you live in the Bay, things got crazy there for a while, right? Like people were getting rides to work covered and you get a yoga studio in the office and all sorts of stuff that people that didn't live in the Bay Area just had no idea what was going on. And it almost kind of became a meme. And a lot of those things have started to peel away, right? You see a lot of layoffs. You also start to see a lot of these perks start to go away, right? I know myself, I've worked at a few different places that had mental health days. Like, hey, one Friday a month you had off, and it was labeled a mental health day, and that started to go away, right? I've seen every year that I've had health insurance as an adult, I think it's gotten more expensive and worse at the same time, right? It's like so. These things are crazy, right? So if you look even at the bottom, it says 30% of Gen Zers say they receive the mental health coverage that they need, right? So they read another way, 70% of Gen Zers don't think that they're getting the proper coverage for their mental health, right? You can see some other stats. 77% of tech workers attributing deteriorating mental health to layoffs. 55% admit to escalating controlled substance abuse. This is stuff that's super prevalent in our industry. I think if you're listening and you're not one of these 55%, congrats, you won the coin toss. But if you look around, right, look, you don't even have to look to your left and right. That'd be a third, but 55%. Someone in your life, if it's not you, is definitely probably struggling with some sort of substance abuse related to trying to cope with some mental health issues. I would, if we were in person, I'd say raise your hand if you've heard of Tines. I'm a big poll the audience person when I give talks in person. So raise your hand if you know Tines. Tines is a cool company, like GreyNoise, right? They're kind of one of the newer cybersecurity companies that I really enjoy talking to and working with. And they did a voice of the SOC report, and it goes into a lot of the mental health aspects of the SOC, right? And so I really like this report. You should go check out the whole thing. But I wanted to pull just a few things out of here. 63% of practitioners in cybersecurity, and I think this was specifically SOC, but it might be all of cybersecurity. I can't remember right now. 63% experience some sort of burnout. That's shockingly low to me. Like 63% is a huge number, and I'm like, that's insane, right? It feels like everyone I've worked with at some point has been like, man, I'm dying this week, right? Like, or like, I have not taken a vacation in 18 months, like, because I can't, right? All that kind of stuff. It happens a lot. job hopping, right? 55% say they're likely to switch jobs in the next year. People are just not feeling super supported at work. Obviously, Tynes does some automation stuff, so they're going to talk about like, hey, manual aspects of the job are frustrating and automation's helpful. That's like, it's a Tynes report, so of course. But there is some. I left this in here. It's a nugget of truth, right? A lot of what we do, I brought up bug bounty triage. Like a lot of like the lower level cybersecurity stuff is very like manual, tedious, thankless. Even we're going to talk thankless later, right? Things that we get measured on in cybersecurity, how our employers measure our success, are things that like are not will not get easier over time, right? It's not like we are improving things in our life, especially in a SOC, right? We are absolutely measured on, are you getting faster? Are you getting better? Are you available more hours of the night? How many people have heard of follow the sun models, but didn't have proper people hired in other countries? So you were following the sun by eating into the sleep of your US teammates. I know I've worked in places that have definitely been on, like, I've been on call. I've been paged at 2 a.m. For sure, right? With a newborn at home, right? So like, these are things that are that we get measured on. Of, are we exceeding expectations? Exceeding, like, how many people have gotten measured like that in like a yearly performance review? Are you exceeding expectations? What does that mean when you hear exceeding expectations? To me, that means, were you here like later than everybody else? Did you answer on Slack at 10 p.m. when someone wrote you? Oh, okay, cool. That, I mean, it's almost expectations, but exceeding expectations, right? Number of incidents handled. Like, how many times have you put out a fire, basically, right? Is and mean time to respond. It's just like, keep the workload high, keep it faster, get it done yesterday. These are not things that like lead to not burnout, right? Of course people are burning out when you look at it like that. And then here's some common struggles, right? Like, again, I would poll the audience and raise hands. How many people have felt like they haven't had enough time to finish the job expectations that were set in front of them? How many people felt like they haven't had enough budget on their team to get what they were done? And this one shows lack of people down at 14%. I would say, if I was answering this question, lack of people and lack of budget are kind of the same thing, right? Like, hey, if we can't hire or get the right tools in place, like, we're overworked, right? So those are all kind of lumped in for me. Lack of skills, lack of buy-in from the rest of organization. This is hard, right? Like, this is what we learned about in security, is how to get the rest of the organization to buy in. That's not common, right? I just want to like let everyone know we work in an industry with problems that aren't common in other industries, right? It's not like lawyers have to convince the rest of the company that like lawyers are important, right? Like, this is a fair, not saying it's completely unique, but it's definitely not everywhere, right? So like I said, we have a need for constant productivity. I certainly feel like I'm falling behind if I'm not plugged in, right? If I take a break from Twitter for a few days, I miss a 0 day, right? I miss something, that I miss a new technology that dropped. The last presentation was on AI. Sam, you were talking about like Llama 3. What is that? 48 hours old? 26 hours old? When did Llama 3 drop? Wait, what are the benchmarks? Do I know? Do I know the benchmarks of Llama 3 off the top of my head? I better. Someone's going to ask me about it in Slack. I don't want to look like an idiot, right? It's a day old. You're already talking about it on stage. That's wild. That's wild. This is not like, do you think cardiologists are like, hey, did you see that like new thing on Twitter yesterday, 26 hours ago? And if you don't, you're an idiot. Like, this, it's unique to our industry for sure. Not to say that cardiologists don't have a stressful job, but perfectionist culture, obviously you can't miss, right? I saw, did anyone see that Telegram vulnerability this week? It was like a remote code execution, quote unquote. It's questionable, but in Telegram, it was 2 letters switched, like PYWZ or PYZW. Like, it was like a typo of 2 letters switched caused a remote code execution vulnerability, right? Talk about perfectionist. And it's a high pressure industry, right? This is like, talk about seriously high pressure. I saw the Change Healthcare incident. Change Healthcare, if you guys don't know, owned by United Health. They suffered a ransomware attack a few weeks ago. They're going on $1 billion in incident response costs right now. $1 billion because of their security teams, dealing with a ransomware incident. How many people have heard these things? Congrats on not getting hacked today. You did it. I've never heard that. Wow, we were so secure this year. Thank you. I've never heard that either. But I have been in the headlines when I suffered an incident. I've been in national headlines when I didn't do good enough at my job, right? It's a national story. Not a national story when I do good at my job, right? My paycheck clears. Okay, I did good at my job. Again, this is unique to us. There are other industries like this, obviously, but like, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to think of a metaphor, right? Firefighters, right? They put out you put out a fire, you get thanked for putting out that fire. That was your job, right? We don't get thanked for putting out the thousands of fires that we put out in a month, but we do absolutely get hammered when we miss one, right? Miss two. This is rough. Cybersecurity, we worked from home before it was cool, right? We didn't work from home because of COVID. Hey, Sam, do I have 30 or 40? Okay.
Yeah, so we've got about 10 minutes left.
I just want to, yeah, I just want to do a time check. Yeah, I think I'm good. I just want to do a time check. Leave room for questions too. So we worked from home before it was cool, right? COVID made everyone work from home. I worked from home well before COVID. I don't know about everyone. Go Google some stuff. I didn't, again, I knew it was a short talk, so I didn't put a bunch of stats in here. There's a bunch of stats on the loneliness epidemic. The Surgeon General is talking about it. It's apparently as detrimental to your health to like experience severe loneliness as it is to smoke a pack a day, like in all cause mortality. Wild stats, right? Not only did we work from home before it was cool, we are an industry like predicated on like handling your own shit. Like, no, you don't talk to other people about what you do. You have NDAs. You can't talk about that cool thing that you did. Like, there's a lot of paranoia and loneliness just built into to the intricacies of cybersecurity. And now I'm hearing from the Surgeon General that loneliness is as bad as smoking pack a day. And I work in an industry that's like forced loneliness to a degree. We're going to talk about it. Layoffs, obviously, right? Like everyone here has experienced it in the last couple of years, I'm sure. If you not personally, someone on your team did, someone in your family did, it happens a lot in tech, right? We get these feasts and famines, right? It feels like money's raining from the sky for a few years, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, am I going to have a work tomorrow? What's this 15-minute meeting from HR that's on my calendar? It's wild, right? All right. I think I proved my point. It's an issue. It's an issue pretty unique to cybersecurity in a lot of ways. What can we do about it? I hear a lot about mindfulness, and I included it in the title of this talk because I've had a few good experiences with this year, and I can talk more about my personal stuff outside of this talk. If anyone wants to talk, I'm an open book. You can hit me up on Twitter or whatever, and I can talk about some of my personal journey stuff. It's not what this is about today, but I've run into some mindfulness bit, and again, like if you read anything about mindfulness, it's like do everything that we do for a living every day, right? It's like get off of technology and touch grass and like go do stuff with like your body outside. And it's like, what are you talking about? Twitter's inside. Like, Splunk is inside. I got eyes on the wall, right? So being good in cybersecurity and being mindfulness are at odds with each other. So I kind of came up with this like, hey, what about microdosing mindfulness? We can do it. We can work it into our daily life. We're going to talk about it. Daily stand-up. You all have a daily stand-up, or you've worked on a team with a daily stand-up, I'm sure. I'm going to talk a little bit about doing a daily stand-up with yourself. And then close the loop, I'm going to talk about stress and then engaging with the community. I just have a few minutes, so we're going to run through it real quick. So obviously we can't like all turn into monks and like be mindful in nature and stuff like this, right? But something that like someone challenged me this week is like just pause in the little moments and think about what you're doing and why, and be a little bit more intentional about everything that you're doing, right? So how many of you start your morning with a cup of coffee, right? I know I do. And I know a lot of times it's like slug it down, right? Or like, on the way to the next meeting, I'm grabbing Starbucks or whatever I'm doing. If you could take these little moments, and I use the coffee as just an example, and just think about like what went into making that coffee. Like a plant literally grew, someone planted something, grew it, someone picked it, someone processed it, someone even that morning that you interacted with actually prepared that coffee for you. Just like think about that for a second before just like slugging it down and moving on to your next meeting. I know people like to like light candles and like create an atmosphere in their office that's a little bit more interesting. Do it with intention. Don't just be like, oh, I gotta light this candle, make myself feel better, or like put on this like aerosolizer or whatever it is. Think about what you're doing. What are you doing and why? Take a moment, breathe, and like think about it. This has really helped in my day to day. There's lots more examples besides the coffee, but I just wanted to say like, hey, try to. Obviously, you can't like do like complete meditation retreats all the time, stuff like this, but take these little moments and check in. Daily stand up. Check in with yourself. This is a daily stand up with yourself, right? I said, take the poll. When was the last time you checked in on yourself? When was the last time you checked in on some of your good friends or family, right? Have you even like stopped to think, are you enjoying the ride? I have this quote literally hanging in my house. I have a picture of Anthony Bourdain and that quote, like it's like right on this wall. You can't see it. I absolutely love this quote. He just talks about absolutely enjoying the ride. I think Bourdain had he had obviously a lot of his own mental health struggles, and I think that's what really this hits home a lot for me because it's him and he had so much so many struggles. But he talks very specifically, eat slowly, tip your server, check in on your friends, check in on yourself, and enjoy the ride. Right. Absolutely love this. Stress. I could talk another 30 minutes about this. We live very stressful lives. I know how many of you right now are looking at the calendar for the rest of your day, even though it's a Friday and like you have a whole bunch of other Zooms you have to go through. I know I do, right? I know one thing that's helped me because like there's only so much you can't breathe through stress. Like everyone's like, oh, do breath work, do yoga, do whatever. Yeah, but you have this pile of shit you got to get done that's like nagging at you and stressful. This is something that's really helped me. So I'm challenging you guys to do this. All those like little things through the week that like pile up. Like, oh, I got to make that appointment, or oh man, I got to call the bank. Oh, I got to run to the post office. Oh, I got to like follow up with that person. All this like non-work stuff, but just like things that you have to do. Try to find a good day of the week, right? Like Friday afternoon or whatever it is. Lids down, I call it, right? Close your laptop, get rid of everything else, and then just knock out as many of those little things that are just weighing you down all week that you can. This really helped me. Like this feels like I just felt like I needed to share this because for some reason this worked so well with my brain that I thought maybe other like nerds like me, this would help. But like I would carry these things for weeks and it's like, oh man, it took me 48 seconds. Like, why did I carry this in the back of my head for weeks? These little tasks that pile up. This has helped. This has done more for my stress than any like breath work or yoga or anything like that has ever done. Right. It's like forgive yourself for ignoring the little task when it pops up, because I know that I would like beat myself up like, oh man, I got to do that thing and I'm not doing it. Be like, oh, okay, no, it's cool. I don't have to do it right now. I got time to do that later in the week. That like this is really, really, really helped me on stress stuff. And then community. Sam, I love what you're doing here. Community is so important. I talked about the loneliness epidemic. This has been like integral for me, my life, my career, everything. Is just like making sure that I don't stay in my house all week, like, and just sit and like whatever. Yeah, this virtual stuff's great. Honestly, this is like really good, especially professionally. This is really good, but nothing like COVID hurt us in so many ways, but COVID really hurt us, and like we're super scared for a while there to like meet face to face with people. If you're not like immunocompromised and like you are kind of like able to, obviously I know it's like a privileged statement. I don't want to like lean into this too hard like some people, but like just please, for the love, get out and like sit at a coffee shop. Like I have some InfoSec people here, and I live in Austin, Texas. I have some InfoSec people here. I get coffee with a few of them like at least once a week. We get coffee, we bring our laptops if we're busy, whatever it is, but just like meet space. Like there's nothing like looking someone in the eye, giving someone a hug, like talking about whatever the heck you're doing. So please build a community around yourself. All right. I buzzed through it, and just a few minutes for questions. Obviously each one of those things could be a much longer topic. I just kind of wanted to like introduce it, let you guys know you're not crazy, you're not alone. Like our industry is hard. Our industry is hard in unique ways, and there's not a whole lot of support like built up to face these unique things. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm working, follow Vulnerable You if you're interested in this stuff. Not like my shameless plug, but I put a lot of work into that every week on cybersecurity news, and I write a lot about mental health topics, and we're working on creating a community for mental health people in cyber or in tech. around that whole thing. So if you're interested in that community, hopefully in the next few weeks, we're going to launch that. Just sign up for my newsletter and you'll see that. Cool. I went a mile a minute. I
Awesome.
didn't actually keep up on chat like I said I would. I have it up, but if anything came in, let me know.
Just a lot of positive comments, to be honest. People said you were cooking, and we got a lot of comments like that.
Let him
Both,
cook.
yeah, a lot of comments in the YouTube chat, and then also actually, positive comments on Discord as well.
Cool.
I guess we only have like a minute or two left, but I guess I was just kind of curious. How do you think you navigate this at a time at work when you're also seeing pushback from executives and venture capitalists, in where people are talking about like, don't bring this stuff to work, and there's also like a pushback against Gen Z, because people are saying that like Gen Zs like bring too much of themselves to work or whatever. So it's just kind of curious what your thoughts are on how to work with that, given everything that you just said.
Totally. And that's why I said I know I'm in a place of privilege, not fearing for my job talking about this stuff, and I know that that's not everyone's story. So obviously, I'm not here to like prescribe what you should go do at your day job. Like you might work with a bunch of asshole like lawyer guys in suits that like don't want to fucking deal with your shit. Sorry, I just cuss a lot. I'm from New York. But if you feel safe, I know I'm part of leadership for an employee resource group called Ability, an ability resource group that talks about disabilities, both visible and invisible disabilities. If that is something that like your work offers, get involved. If it's not, maybe think about talking about starting an employee resource group for people with both physical or mental struggles, and what sort of support they might need in the workplace. Definitely, if you work in an environment that you can, lean into it. If you don't, then seek support elsewhere, please. Right? If for whatever reason you need to keep that job, you don't feel supported in that job, but like you can't like leave because of financial or whatever other reasons, like that's when I talk about build that community. Go figure it out, like whatever your support system is elsewhere. Right? Don't do nothing. Don't just like bottle it up, right? Like that's the boomer mentality of like, oh, shove it down, we're good. Like people admitting they would, like, you couldn't admit you went to therapy in the 80s and 90s, right? It's like,
Right.
what, you see a shrink, you're crazy. And now like we all are like trading therapist numbers because it's like, yeah, who's your therapist, right?
Right.
So yeah, obviously I started with leading with vulnerability. Be as vulnerable as you can. It helps everyone around you, it helps yourself, but obviously assess your own situation on that.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate your time today. This has been a great talk. Definitely connect with Matt on all the socials. You're at Matt J on Twitter. Is that right? That's the
Yeah,
handle.
and then I think I
Yeah.
made a link tree for this kind of reason, right?
Cool.
I do a lot of short form videos on Instagram and TikTok, and then obviously my newsletters. I put a ton of this kind of content in the newsletter. So
Awesome. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Good luck in all of the Zooms that you have ahead of you the rest of
such
the
is
day.
life. Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
Thanks, man. Awesome. Before we throw it to Kimber, what's up, Joe? Thanks for joining in the Zoom as well. We've got Joe coming up after Kimber, I believe it is. Yep. Or no, actually, we've got Kimber, Greg, Joseph, Floofpone, and Jonathan. So we've got, what is that, 2.5 more hours of content to go. Really packed a day for us today on this first NetNoiseCon. I want to give everyone a shout out in the chat. Shout out to Craig Ingram. Good to see you, man. Frank, Jordan, Ashley, Justin, Dusty Wade, Sam Sanderson. Thanks so much for joining us. And also, obviously, join us in the Discord server where you can connect with folks outside of YouTube. Well, Kimber, are you good to go on your end?
I am. I'm good to
Awesome.
go. I go ahead and share my screen.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're good. We're set. It's happening.
We're good to go. We'll take it away.
Okay, cool. Well, hey everybody. I am Kimber. I'm here from GreyNoise. I'm a senior product manager, but I'm also came up through the research team at GreyNoise. I have a traditional, like, started from the bottom, now we here, worked through the help desk, started working in SOCs, did some general kind of cybersecurity consulting work, including getting some fun products like FedRAMP certified. That's always a fun one. So I have a really interesting perspective of the internet, just getting to do all of the things that I've done. And I've been called chronically online. I've been everybody was really happy with for me when I started working at GreyNoise because they were the most online company. So I coupled my passion for being chronically online with my passion for nostalgia and came up with this talk called Vintage Internet Noise, because the CVE tracking system dates back to 1999, but do we actually see network traffic from 1999? Like, what does that look like? How often does it happen? Why? Do you feel anything when you see this? So it's just kind of gonna be a fun, we're gonna walk through 3 CVEs. It's gonna be great. Maybe you'll learn something, maybe you won't. But yeah, here we are. So just to level set some things, that's me, I'm Kimber. But to recap internet background noise, this is what GreyNoise specializes in, but on a daily basis, every individual routable IP on the internet sees about 3,000 unsolicited pings from like 1,000 distinct IP addresses. And what's cool about this is they're not alone. It's like an everybody thing. So it's not like you're special. It's just kind of happens because that's the nature of electricity. And that makes it a really cool phenomenon. And we can start thinking about things about like, why is there so much of this going on? There's bad stuff, obviously. People want to exploit things, but there's also good stuff, which is research. And in the famous words of Andrew Morris himself, the internet is just really noisy, man. And we have this animation here that we've attempted to kind of like map this idea of the noisiness of the internet. This is the weird glow that you see. That big dark black spot there is actually probably the government. Don't worry about it. So here's some sources of benign internet background noise. And some of these people are vintage people, companies, people companies, you get it. Some of them are fans of the vintage, like myself. So we will see these benign scanners. I know Census is out there scanning for old things. I know Project 25499. I've seen them do some old stuff. So this is just an example of some of the benign scanners that we track, and they don't only scan for the latest and greatest. They're scanning for old stuff. They're also scanning to do kind of like an inventory of the internet. So I find this very interesting. But what does scanning the internet look like? Here's some things that you could see on your side. It looks like 25 alerts going off because somebody Nmap scanned you, a blip of traffic in a PCAP file. My favorite, somebody scanned the entire internet and HP had to issue an actual support issue for if your printer is telling you to subscribe to PewDiePie. That was real life. We talk about this in terms of MITRE, everybody's favorite communication about cybersecurity language. It looks like reconnaissance or initial access if it's extra spicy. So the first CVE that I am going to recap for us is CVE 2002-1042. And this is a vulnerability in a wonderful software called the iPlanet web server. And this was a web server content management system developed by Oracle, who we know and love. They're very familiar, big databases, etc. So this was like the pre-WordPress, or maybe like proto-WordPress. In any case, this allowed remote attackers to read arbitrary files via / sequences in the NS query pat parameter. So what is iPlanet server? I consulted my favorite technical reference, which is the US Department of Veterans Affairs technical reference model, because it has literally everything in a very strange way, especially if you're looking for old stuff. So iPlanet web server, no cost web server, which means this was very widely used at one point. They can create a Java database connectivity data source using Oracle iPlanet web server. They could create SQL statements. So content management. This is what the exploit looks like. The / indicates the web root directory. Search indicates the function. Search values follow the question mark. Here is our vulnerable parameter, the NS query path. So when I first saw this, I was like, oh, that's weird. They typoed path. They did not. So this is the query pattern file used when creating a query page because to retrieve your information, you have to query. So a pattern file is what would get referenced. And if we use this directory traversal to find the pattern of the spicy valuable information of the etc password file, vulnerability, yay. So surely this cannot still be on the internet. And viewer, I am so sorry to tell you, absolutely yes, it is. So I consulted our friends over at Census. We can search for this. We can actually search for this software based upon headers and fingerprinting. So that's why places like Census inventory the internet, because the internet is forever connected, and that's amazing and wonderful. I got 306 results on a very quick cursory search. I found a community college still using this. I'm clearly not afraid to name and shame, but you can read the screen. This is what it looked like. Like this is a front that somebody put on their iPlanet web server. But then I found a whole company that developed things for school publishers since 1996. The general manager of Quest Technologies worked there for 34 years and managed everything because they built this product called Web Enable, and it was their easy to use content management system specifically built for the education world. And did we observe any activity from that company's IP range? Yeah, because at GreyNoise, we listened to the internet noise. And I had to look and I had to see, was it possible that this iPlanet web server that I found was compromised? And the answer I got is maybe, because we saw this IP address. We saw that it scanned for port 3389. That's all it did, just enough to make noise on the internet once. And it's coming from the correct organization. Hurricane Electric does own those IP addresses that Questa Technologies bought from them, but we saw it as spoofable because not a true full handshake was made. So it's kind of up in the air as to whether or not maybe something's lurking on those iPlanet web servers. Maybe Questa Technologies has done a great job in patching them. We just don't know. So that, I'll let that haunt you while we move on to the next CVE, which is CVE 2000-0126, which is a sample internet data query script in IIS 3 and 4. I think we're on IIS 11 right now. Anyways, in the same spirit of things, it allows remote attackers to read files via a ... attack. So in early IIS, there were these IDQ files and effectively like a configuration file. This vulnerability allowed any remote user to read any file on the target system. So we see kind of the same pattern here, using the get of the vulnerable function, using a directory traversal in the vulnerable function to get the data that we want. So how often do we see this CVE? We see it somewhat often. And this looks like more traffic than it is. I highlighted this IP in particular. So we see this 93.187.111.127, and I looked it up. It's actually a Nessus scanner. So by default, this is something that Nessus has the ability to scan for in it, which is kind of interesting. So this vulnerability in particular was a really huge deal back in the day because it caused what was called the code red worm. And that's because the people who named it stayed up all night drinking a bunch of Code Red Mountain Dew. I'm sure some of you listening maybe like even remember the Code Red worm. So that was a fun part of the story is Code Red Mountain Dew. I don't even know if Code Red Mountain Dew exists anymore. But this company called EI released information about a buffer overflow vulnerability in the IIS web servers. So that was on June 18th, 2001. 8 days later, June 26th, 2001, Microsoft releases a patch. July 12th, the worm begins to exploit the buffer overflow vulnerability in the web servers. This pattern is very familiar. We still see this pattern to this day. So we can learn from the past is a major theme of this this talk. So I talked to the guy who is credited with finding Code Red, all these exploits, etc. I asked him if he had any theories about why we still see scanning for this CVE, and he kind of was just like, well, I don't really think someone's still infected with this worm. The scan algorithm was really random, but it's some identification to see if the IIS servers are still running, and like not actually to try and perpetuate like the code red worm or anything like that. So the magic of LinkedIn, like these people that we can learn from are still on there. I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool. I was really glad that he talked to me about it. So the last CVE that I have to run through here is CVE 1999-0526, our most vintage. I was just trying to do the head math of how long ago that was, and it was over 20 years. I feel like this is a good time to mention that things are only considered vintage if they are more than 20 years old in the whole like pop lexicon of things. Like you can't refer to vintage and mean 2013 yet. Like it has to be at least 2003. So fun fact. But anyways, issued on September 9th, 1999. This is an X series access control is disabled and allows anyone to connect to the server. So this is meant to be a baby level talk, so bear with me if you know what an X11 window is, but I'm going to call it X11 is just remote desktop for Linux. And perhaps the better way of explaining that is X11 is a graphical interface for staring at Linux. And there's a big kerfuffle, to use a Bob Rudis word. I feel like he would use the word kerfuffle in the Linux and open source community about moving to a platform named Wayland instead of X11 because of, well, not because of this vulnerability in particular, but just Wayland's more secure, it's better managed, better resources, etc. But it's slow goings because open source. Sorry, open source community. So scans for this are really interesting because this is actually a protocol vulnerability. It's not like a web application vulnerability. So we have to look at things a little bit differently. So luckily there's a Metasploit module for that. And the Metasploit for it is just OpenX11. And the default port for X11 6000 is what they use. And this sequence right here is actually the header for an OpenX11 port. And then if it's successful, or if they want to create some noise, they've been nice enough to include Rapid 7 rocks in here, which I think is really adorable. Oh, did I just mess up my screen share? Are we good, Sam? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're good.
So yeah, I just think Rapid 7 rocks is really cute. And let's see, what else can we say about this? It's a little more complicated because you have to know to look at the protocol. So this relies on misconfiguration, and version 7, I believe, it's definitely one of the earlier versions. Now we're on like 11 or 12, but people still misconfigure this. And it's one of the highest volume scans that we see. It's on par with like RDP and SSH and SMB, like those common protocols, because we know that the protocol has a vulnerability that makes it very easy to misconfigure and just be like, authentication, what's that? So think about a time where someone, or where something, because computers aren't people, sorry, but think about a time when something was just not working for you and you get super frustrated and you're just like, I'm just gonna break it because I know that like turning off this setting of requiring authentication is just gonna get me in. And that's why people still scan for OpenX11 Windows. So there's so much because there's so many ways to scan for it. There's Nmap, there's Qualys, there's Nessus, there's Metasploit, like all of these things that we use for common scanning. It all has this by default. So if you're going to just run like, I want to just generically Nessus scan for something, that's why there's so much noise for this. We see, I'm going to go back to this graph, we see over 1,500 unique IPs per day. This remains like a static baseline portion of the internet, even though it's all the way from 1999. So I don't think there's anything older or higher volume than this. And if you dig through the census results, it gets really interesting on what they pick up that has it. So just a quick recap of where we were and just putting some things into context here. We back looked at some things past 180 days, past 90 days, and there were 17 events for this CVE 2000, our iPlanet. That was a very niche software that's end of life, shouldn't be online, but we still see 17 scans for it. The 2002 IIS server, IIS is still alive and well. That version of it, oh man, I totally flipped those in my head. Anyways, this 17 was the IIS. The iPlanet was the 33. So IIS, new versions happen now, old version still being scanned for. The X server connection attempt, vulnerable protocol, big numbers. So what is the oldest actively exploited vulnerability? Patrick Garrity, friend of GreyNoise, friend of me, I hope. Big vulnerability fan. He asked if RunZero had any data on volume of people using X server because open ones are pretty rare these days, but it doesn't stop people from scanning for it. Same with other archaic protocols. I don't know what XD-MCP is. I am not old enough for that, I guess. Citrix, I could see for sure. PC Anywhere, I'm sure I've seen. So it's still, the vulnerable protocols are where your biggest stuff, your biggest concerns should lie. End of life software, it's just echoes of script kiddies trying to find fun stuff, I think. That's my professional diagnosis. So what do? What do these things have in common? Know what directory traversals look like. Know your common patterns in the OWASP top 10. Like, could you identify SQL injection off the top of your head? This is what every threat analyst has haunting them when they look at things, is just those common patterns of using the product against itself. Where are the vulnerable functions in the products that you use in your organization? And also the constant access control struggle bus. Make sure that things are authenticated. Make sure that you're not breaking things in order to get them on the internet. And yeah, that's what we can learn from our elder CVEs. Yeah, except that very little is new and novel. And with that, thanks for listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kimber. Really
Yeah.
appreciate that chat or that talk here. We have a few more minutes if folks want to ask questions or anything like that, and then we'll throw it to Greg, who's already with us. Thanks for joining us, Greg. So let's see. People were really stoked on the Mountain Dew Code Red shout out. So shout out to Code Red. Let's see. Gil said Mountain Dew Code Red still exists, by the way. I have some in my fridge right now.
Oh, dang. I'm all in on the Baja Blast personally, so.
Yeah, my wife loves the Baja Blast from Taco Bell. That's funny. Let's see. If there's any other questions in chat. Also, folks who we had some interesting discussions in chat about like InfoSec careers and stuff like that, which is really awesome to see. If you want to chat more about that stuff, or you find like YouTube chat too constricting or whatever, hop over to our Discord server. I'll put that info up on the screen right now. That might be helpful too, to just kind of keep the conversation going. But cool. I don't think there's any big questions that came in. Gil says Baja Blast is great too, so that's great. Well, yeah, Dusty Wade said awesome topic. Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Kimber. Really, really appreciate your time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for putting this together, Sam. I'm going to hop back in the chat, and I'm super excited for Greg. Super excited.
Awesome.
Bye.
Well, see you, Kimber. Before we throw it to Greg, I was just gonna say, let's see, I'll put you up on the screen, Greg. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying this, please spread the word. We'll have all these talks up as like individual videos at some point up on our YouTube channel, so please share those out with your friends. And if you're on Twitter, throw us a tweet, maybe retweet us or something. Help me let the higher ups at GreyNoise know that this is a great thing and that we should keep on doing them. We've got more planned for later this year. We plan to do these every few months or so. So if you're enjoying it, please help spread the word and spread the hype. But okay, cool. Well, Greg, you're up next. I know we're like a couple minutes early. Have you been watching the stream so far?
Of course.
Awesome.
In between finishing my slides.
Classic.
So I'm hoping that I can do some of the later presenter callbacks and all that sort of stuff. So a lot of parallels in the today space of what Kimber talked about. I don't have the YouTube up right now because I'm like really not that good at like this like multiple streaming thing. So I'm just going to assume that everything I say is going to get either 1 million hearts or 1 million laughs, because that's just what I want to tell myself. Matt said that we should be positive and stuff, so I'm gonna embrace and manifest positivity and laughter.
We appreciate it. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on chat for you, no problem at all. Well, cool. If you want to share your screen, slides, or what have you, feel free, and we'll just jump right into your talk. And I think I don't really need to preamble much more than that. Take it away, Greg.
Sweet. Awesome. GreyNoise gang. What's up? Let's ride. I don't know. I don't know how to YouTube like the rest of these people. So yeah, thank you, Sam, for organizing this. I will text Andrew Morris as soon as this is over and say this is the greatest thing GreyNoise has ever done. Give Sam a promotion, give Kimber a promotion, give Bob a promotion.
Thanks.
And so yeah, No, this has been fun, and I think that like gathering like-minded people can be really valuable, especially as Matt said, like we're all super disparate and tied in with what we're all doing every day. And getting the same people in the same physical place can be really hard. So it's cool that we're able to sort of have this almost like a non-cringy focus group to sort of chat about these things. So my name's Greg. I work at a company called Proofpoint. We are predominantly an email company. So you can think of my life as trying to make sure bad things don't hit our customers via email. And I work within our sort of targeted threats, counter-espionage, APT team, tracking those threats in particular. And so what I wanted to talk about today is methods of finding threat signals. Matt mentioned a little bit of Anthony Bourdain. So in sticking with the chef theme, I'll be channeling a little bit of Brad Leone in my presentation, much less professional, much more goofy, but hopefully just as fun and entertaining. And so we'll talk about what sort of signal we're looking for, and then the sort of methods I use for finding signal. And I should say that this is like things that I've made up in my head. I was never a signals intelligence analyst. I've never done sort of like the other sort of style hacker thing of like radio or Wi-Fi collection, trying to find those like literal like signals in the air. So this is just a way that I sort of look at finding anomalies within data that could be indicative of maliciousness. To give you an idea of sort of like why this is important for us, in my case, it's important to sift through the noise that we see every day. Proofpoint is, as I said, at its core, an email delivery service. To find threats in that data, which are actual threats instead of just weird things, is critical to making sure that like the CEOs whose security teams buy our products get their emails, because a whole ton of bad stuff happens to the people we like in the security space if the CEOs don't get their emails to close deals and whatever business people do. And so even if we filter that down through like all of the unique data that we actually see on a day-to-day basis, and we get to those almost 500,000 malware samples that Proofpoint sees, finding those that are new and novel tends to be a priority for our team. I'm sure in the same way that tracking trends, as well as finding new things that are getting scanned for, is a priority for the GreyNoise team or whatever other teams you all are on. And so finding those things is hugely important. And doing that through signals is how I like to sort of think about those things. And I sort of think about signal versus detection on a spectrum. And so trying to like suss this out, an example of that would be that Agent Tesla, it's a gross, I think written in .NET info stealer that a ton of different people can buy. And so we have had detection for it for a long time. And of course it evolves and we want to evolve with that detection. But what is often more interesting to us as we filter through our data on a day-to-day basis is a sample of something that is doing something malicious, but not hitting a quote unquote named signature. So that way we can assess what the campaign is and what it's doing. We can put it in front of our sandbox and detection teams to ensure we know what it is, if we've seen it before, and how we can prevent delivery of it to our customers going forward. We see new loaders in the space all the time. So sort of like GreyNoise, it's kind of fun to get those tip-offs from weird stuff as it's sort of evolving. So what we really want is hints of previously unknown evil. And I'm just going to blatantly steal this slide from Steve Miller because everything exists on a spectrum, or in this case, a detectrum. And effectively, you can sort of think about the left side being, hey, this C2 has been previously used by this group yesterday. We can attribute it that way. They've even used this exact binary before. We can attribute something that way to, hey, this weird file is doing some weird stuff on a host. It's making DNS requests to like really long subdomains, but it's not necessarily doing DNS tunneling. We need a human to sort of figure this out. And you can sort of think about things that way, where signals being effectively the things that make a more senior analyst's neck, hairs on the back of their neck tingle. and say, this is weird, and it's definitely not something that we have looked at before. And so a more direct example of this in Yara format, because of course I love Yara, the rule on the left is looking for a known malware family called gold backdoor, based on a litany of features and encoded strings that it has in the LNK icon file that it is packaged in. And then the one on the right is looking for some of the very specific behavior that that particular sample has. And I think this is a good example because the .lnk, and it didn't show up as well in this one, but the find string are present in both of them. And so a name detection would be something like this particular example on the left. And more of a signal would be looking for any LNK that has those other two strings that would indicate that it's parsing itself to potentially look for something else to execute inside of its overlay. And the creative sort of like, I forget which side of the brain Santiago had mentioned, can always really help with that sort of like ideation of finding weird things that way. So two things, in my opinion, that we want to be able to do. One is take advantage of attacker mistakes. One of these, I'm sure our friends at GreyNoise see all the time, could be scanning the whole internet with an exploit instead of a list of refined targets. Seeing a Citrix vulnerability getting scanned on a device that is emulating, I don't know, like a generic web server would probably indicate an attacker mistake rather than something really crafty. Another sort of attacker mistake could be like a typo in the host name, a typo in one of the fields that prevents parsing from happening accurately, or whatever else. And the other thing that we want to sort of mine and derive signal from is identify any sort of precursors or prerequisites to evil things happening. Sort of like what Kimber talked about in her last talk. Not that much is new and novel. And so how can we find things that are new, but with things that we already know to be bad, or things that we can sort of sit on and wait around for something evil to happen with. And so ideally, where we all want to be in sort of like this signal identification chain is this example from, I don't know, some guy named Andrew on the internet, where prior to worm activity happening, seeing an IP hitting your network that does a port scan and then a banner crawl, we want to start prioritizing finding that, isolating that IP address, or capturing everything it's doing to potentially capture attempted exploit delivery, potentially in a product that we didn't even know was vulnerable. So that's sort of like where all this signal and discovery stuff wants to end up, because finding the worm is cool, but capturing the exploit, finding the vuln, getting the ODE in your name to prevent the worm is also, I think where we're all pretty aligned on, no, we want to prevent all this bad stuff from happening and sort of prioritize finding it. So before I get into the examples, the last sort of like big picture example I wanted to give was an example of the PAN-OS exploit that I think everybody's cared about the last couple of weeks after Velexity found it. Andrew previously tweeted about this scanner saying it was scanning for the PAN-OS exploit, especially because its user agent very kindly gives that away with the PAN-OS exploit. But it's not technically exploiting the vuln. And so this is sort of an example where we have junk noise that we don't want to bucket in our queues of things to look at. I think Konstantin on the team as well did a bunch of stuff to identify like fake exploits for the PAN-OS stuff. But then if we get into like where the real signal is, something that Hacking LZ Justin found on one of his honeypots that's actually doing that exploitation was completely elsewhere in sort of the HTTP header. It was set inside of its cookie, and it just sort of looks like kind of strange. There's some parsing going on, but we can sort of sit back and say like, okay, this even just looks more legit to what we are expecting this vulnerability to look like and where we expect it to be. So we're going to explore some methods of how we could go about finding signal among that noise. So the first method, and again, these are all just made up terms that like how I think about things, not anything that some textbook or real signals processing person would tell you is real. The first method I call amplification, and we'll use the initial Barracuda email device exploitation that Mandiant found back in, I think, June 2023, that a good friend of mine, Austin Larson, worked on. And the vuln involves sending a .tar file archive that would exploit a weakness in the Barracuda ESG device. And so let's look at the tar file that's doing that. Embedded in it, we can see a bunch of text files that all have this sort of alphabet thing starting out at the end of it. But to the trained eye, you'll notice one is not like the others. The top file is actually where the exploit lies because it gets mishandled by the vulnerable ESG devices. And the file name in that tar archive is actually then gets handled as a string and then parsed as a command by the underlying OS. So kind of an early thing for your mail server to be just running commands willy-nilly, but that is effectively what was going on. And so if we dig a little bit more into it, that string gets decoded and it does a bunch of stuff to like transfer ownership of commands and pipes through that series of commands. But effectively what it does is download and execute a passive backdoor called cspy. It's pretty cool. And even though it's a little unfortunate, this is sort of an overview of what that attack chain looks like. So email comes in, ESG unfortunately gets, effectively lands, vulnerability in ESG allows the attacker to sort of land a reverse shell that they can then upload cspy through and then PCAP filter and monitor all the traffic to intercept incoming emails and eventually try and move laterally within the network. So how do we use this case to create some hypotheses about how to find other files or commands run by this group or other files exploiting the same vulnerability, or even thinking bigger picture, how do we find other weird things that are hiding in file names? We look a lot at attachments in our sandbox, but not necessarily sort of at like a half a step higher at what the actual file names are. I work in the APT team, so I look for a lot of like geopolitically themed blur names, but how do we sort of amplify what we're looking for with these file names? And so some of our options include, we could look for the base 64 strings like setsid or mkfifo or even plain text versions of those commands. We could look for just the presence of a long base 64-ish blob within the file name. Alternatively, we could take a little bit of a step up and look for the geometry of the tar files that contain only a bunch of text files and no other file types. But the one that we actually settled on was looking for the pairing of the normal quote and the backtick quote that could lead a file name to getting parsed as a command like it was in the first place. And so then we can start going through our internal systems, and instead of looking for all of these commands and things like that can change, the fact that there are, 2 quote characters at the beginning and 2 quote characters at the end, at least tells me that, hey, this is something that might not be doing that Barracuda ESG stuff, but it's probably doing something not great. So let's just go look for file names that start and end with those quotes. And if we broaden that a little bit, things in our data start turning up some really strange recon where targets are getting PNG or Excel files or DAT files that then run NS lookup commands. For what purposes, I'm not entirely sure, but it definitely is not something that we would want our clients being able to receive and have their email devices or their hosts potentially parse these things or run them. And so I think just to sort of highlight our path there, we went from that Barracuda ESG very specific vulnerability to let's look for anything, as Kimber said, like there isn't a lot that's new and novel. Let's look for anything that could be accidentally parsed by the server as a string and a command, and let's see if we can find other stuff that's doing that. So that's sort of amplification as a given example. So let's flip that on its head in its next method. And since this is the GreyNoise event, let's jump into the GreyNoise platform. I really wanted to find a tasty example today from the Pan OS stuff, but only 15 scanners that GreyNoise was seeing did not prove my point. So we're gonna bring us back to some PTSD with Log4j exploitation. And even today in GreyNoise, there are 958 unique IPs hitting GreyNoise sensors. And so that's a lot, and that's far too many of them to triage. So we'll talk a little bit about filtering them down. And filtering is exactly what it says on the tin. So if we jump into the IPs, some things immediately stand out to try and pick things to filter down. Benign tags are really good for this, to sort of explore, because they often co-occur with other things. Like you can see that top example does some TLS crawling, it does web crawling, it has an SSH brute forcer, and all these sort of like unrelated, but often, generally bad things are going on in those scanners. So in my interpretation of that data, these are things that are multi-purpose scanners rather than things specifically trying to exploit log4j. And so we can refine our already simple query to a very simple, a very simple one as well, by removing any instances of the web crawler tag. And that suddenly filters us down from what I think it was like 16 or 1200 down to 29 results. And to me, because all of these, and we'll show some of them, or you can sort of run this on your own. I don't have any specific examples of it. Suddenly we only get dedicated scanners that only have the log4j exploit attempt. So that's a much more manageable number to start monitoring for and start mining for looking for additional threat sort of identification parts in it. That filtering was actually really helpful back when the log4j crisis kicked off in like December 2022 or whatever it was. And on the team that I was on previously at Recorded Future, it really helped us find only the interesting payloads instead of the generic ones, because we could start mining things, directly out of GreyNoise, like looking through the web paths and the user agent strings where some of these payloads were attempting to get delivered. They could be sort of all over anywhere in the HTTP sort of request, but because GreyNoise exposes the data in the web paths and the user agents, we could then hop on those and see what was interesting. And following back all of those commands to what they ended up being was a lot of Cobalt Strike and a lot of sort of generic shells and a lot of this like interact sh common callback stuff. But also in there were some much more nasty things that would eventually lead to ransomware or more specialized malware families. So it was well worth our effort. It made us look really smart in front of our customers. We found some uniquely fun stuff in there to sort of report on. And so I think filtering is pretty straightforward. So we'll keep it moving here. The next method I want to talk about is layering, or looking for features in the signal alongside the intended phenomena that we want to find. Phenomena in this case just being anything generically malicious, or combinations of weak signals. So either one or the other. And so looking for what I would call a weak signal is something like looking for the string base64 in any web path that GreyNoise sees a scanner trying to connect to. And if we look for that, we get 1200 results. And again, I'm just a human. I'm not a big data person. And it's a lot of results to parse. So we can sort of introduce layering to try and find other potentially interesting things. And then so if we layer that or combine it with a string where we're looking for eval also in that web path, we get a much more manageable result or set of data. There are only 19 of them, some with a ton of tags, like this top example here with a bunch of stuff that I don't know, like Joomla and Commvault, bypass or exploitation attempts, some Oracle stuff in there. But then you land on something potentially more interesting with this 180 address coming out of the Baidu Netcom ASN. Surprise, surprise. So GreyNoise does not have this IP tagged as malicious. This is not like a gotcha thing for GreyNoise. This was just what I found this morning while poking around and running some of these queries. And we can see at the bottom there, this web path is it's sus, as the kids like to say. So it's doing some really gross Java stuff to run a base64 encoded command that can execute code from this remotely loaded URL. Seems bad. And so pivoting on that, if we anchor on that base 64, the encoded value that we saw previously, that VURL sort of string, and that first chunk that's encoded, we find another 1,200 results. Some of them were tagged as malicious, some of them weren't. But we only sort of stumbled upon that because we had, we'd filtered down a list of things that were doing base 64-ish stuff from 1,200 results back down to 19. And it made that sort of discovery process a lot more manageable. I didn't dig any further beyond that. I'm sure you can replicate the query very easily if you'd like to. But yeah, if someone finds something interesting happening with that, let me know. But GreyNoise has been always fun to sort of have those like side rabbit holes to go down to find weird stuff happening. And I think that there's like a ton of possibility there. I'm sure the GreyNoise team already does this, but if you're sort of in the space and want to mine GreyNoise for more stuff, I always recommend looking for like these types of strings in web paths or in user agents and sort of layering them in combination with each other to try and find weird malicious stuff that can be much more manageable versus handling all 12 or 1,600 of the things that we're doing base 64. So let's get into the last example, and there's a little bit of a buildup here. And we're going to go back to email data, but still in exploit land. So in August 2023, a group we call TA422, other people call APT28, Forest Blizzard, Fancy Bear, depending on whatever threat intel provider you subscribe to, Blue Delta, Strontium if you're a throwback Microsoft person, effectively spraying exploits looking for this Outlook vulnerability. And they were sending all these things from Portugal mail. And it would include this TNEF attachment that was basically a meeting reminder. And in that meeting reminder, you could pass an UNC path to it or a UNC path, where when that landed on your Outlook host, it would effectively make an SMP connection to that attacker-controlled server, that 50 address there, and disclose your a hash of your NTLM credentials, which is bad. And so the challenge that we ran into with this was the hashes and sort of the naming style of the TNEFs changed pretty regularly, and the embedded C2s changed all the time. And so sort of the normal ways that we would go about looking for malicious attachments didn't scale particularly well with this particular threat. And so taking a step back, we know that there are some elements of this that we'd want to isolate. And so if we sort of think about the email blob without necessarily having to make ourselves sad and look at an RFC, we can sort of think about it in three big chunks: the headers, the email body, and the attachments. And so looking back at that email, the headers would always change because the targets changed. The attachment names and internal values would always change. But the body itself, that test meeting, please ignore this message, was consistent throughout all of our observation. And so if we, very fortunate that at scale, we can afford to hash the message bodies and sort of isolate them. And if we did that at scale, all of a sudden we had very good signal of what was actually this actor, because we could sort of do a little bit of that isolation of the message body, because if we just wrote a query, we'll go back to the email example. If we just wrote a query for anything, including test meeting and please ignore this message, we would get a lot of incidental sort of references to it. Even if we looked for this as a string, we would find it embedded in other emails or emails talking about this vulnerability or sort of anything under the sun. And so doing that sort of string searching was still a little bit too broad for us. Whereas taking just the hash of it allowed us to both highlight what is included in the message, but also, I think really importantly, isolating what is not in the message. So no other weird HTML, no other sort of words buried in there, just what that string was. And hashing can be a really powerful way of doing that. And so just hashing that body, that email, is what led to a blog post getting dropped in December and us finding, over 10,000 attempts to exploit that vulnerability against our customer set, along with some other emails and sort of malware deployments along the way. And I'll just sort of close with one last example of this isolation idea through hashing. I know that a lot of us tend to think about like hashing of a file, but sometimes that, to me, that tends to be like an overly specific thing to do, or like overly specific, sort of the wrong word for it, but it's effectively like taking a fingerprint of a person's entire body instead of just their fingers, which can also be uniquely identifiable. And so I've run into this with Mac malware, where they have this set of dependencies that are all location specific of internal and third-party libraries. They're sort of like Windows imports. They're not exactly one-to-one. And one of the challenges that we had with sort of finding related ones was that codifying that knowledge was really difficult. And so even if we look for all of those strings that we'd seen before in that previous slide in a very specific rule, and we tried to go through all the effort of making sure that there are only a certain number of dilibs being imported, and all of those were imported as dilibs. Even doing all of that, we would still get a number of false positives where a super short dilib would get included, or sort of other incidental sort of things would happen, which that happens, but hashing those values really allowed us to isolate those things and only hone in on what the dilibs actually were instead of the potential of co-occurrence. And so that led us, all of that sort of journey led us to attributing the 3CX incident pretty quickly to a cluster called Apple Juice, because that the second stage macOS family called Update Agent used the exact same dependencies as previous Apple Juice families. And that's not to say like, oh, these were written by the exact same developer, but honing in on that sort of potentially trivial feeling signal allowed us to sort of like update our analyses and go hunting for stuff, other potential related files really, really quickly, rather than sort of relying on the vibes of what the macOS family was doing, or even, in the other direction, it prevented us from having to completely reverse the sample to try and find code overlap or whatever would be useful in that attribution statement. So long story short, hashing, helpful for isolating data into a single unique 64 character value. Not only is it handle better, either as an MD5 or a SHA-256, but then you can just sort of codify that knowledge, both what is included in that string or that data blob, but also ignoring what is outside of it. So that has been finding threat signals. Yeah, Sam, this has been fun.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me. I don't know if there are questions, because again,
Yeah.
I'm bad at the YouTubes, but yeah.
No, we did
appreciate everyone's
get a
attention.
shout. Yeah, we did get a question at the beginning. You were asking how do we do the YouTuber live stream thing or whatever. I think someone said like, "What's up, GreyNoisers?" or something like that. I forget. But anyways,
Perfect.
Yeah, let's see. We got Brianna is asked Greg, once you're done with your main presentation, I'd love to know what the strangest security incident is that you've ever seen.
I can give you the strangest security incident I've ever caused. How do I talk about this generically? There's a very popular meeting platform that enables video and audio that was previously a customer of ours. I think that's about as generic as I can get. Long story short, one of the cool things that we did at my previous job was be somebody that GreyNoise would look at. We would scan the internet emulating C2 servers to try and find more of them, or emulating infections to try and find C2 servers. One day, this giant corporation's video servers began responding to those probes with a different set of bytes than we'd ever seen before. And the first half of those bytes matched the expected command or the expected data to come back from the C2 server. Now we had all this automation in place, so that way, when we found something, and this had been running for 2 years with no issue, and scanning the internet for 2 years and not having an issue, like, has been pretty good. And so that we weren't super honed in on it, but effectively, we then verdicted all of their video servers as being malicious. They're a customer of ours, so then that data flows to them and tells their SOC, hey, all of your video servers are infected, which was not the case. Obviously, it was just an error on our part. The inverse of that was that all of our other customers, then if they had our data flowing into their firewalls and things like that, were not able to access that entity's video servers that are sold as a service to millions and millions of people every day. So that was definitely a security incident that was the strangest that I've ever been a part of, because we told everybody that this mega corporation's things were infected, that we got it, I think remediated and removed from all sort of those lists very, very quickly. But other than a lot of like junk e-crime and incidents that I worked back when I was an incident responder in a previous life, there have been some APT 33 on Iranian cruise incidents that I've worked, but they weren't terribly interesting, and they certainly weren't as strange as this one that was a little bit self-inflicted. So I hope that got some laughs and some
you made me you and Matt both had me thinking about how about 14 years ago I worked at EA and at Origin, their like game competitor to Steam, and the marketing team sent out this email that had like you could get some free games for filling out the survey or whatever it is, and they forgot to restrict the code redemptions and all this kind of stuff, so it got shared to Reddit, and within a day or so we gave away like over $20 million worth of video games. And so it was that was an interesting experience.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, it was funny, but not so funny. Well, cool. Well, thank you so much, Greg, for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate your presentation and your time.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks for all that you do. If you enjoyed his chat, please give him some love on Twitter. We tweeted out his Twitter handle, so you can follow us on GreyNoise on Twitter, GreyNoise.io, and you'll find Greg's Twitter handle and all that good stuff. But I'm going to let you enjoy the rest of your Friday. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Sam. Thank you for having me. And GreyNoisers, we'll see you on the wire. Peace.
Awesome. Peace. All right. Well, up next, we've got Joseph. We've got a really interesting, this will be a cool chat. So when I was putting together NetNoiseCon, I wanted to have chats that are both technical, but also chats that help people through their career. And, obviously we had Matt's talk earlier about mental health and burnout and things like that. But I also wanted to help inspire people and give them some insights on how you can get into the industry or move up in the industry and what have you. And we've actually already had someone in chat was asking us some career advice type questions. So I think this is an appropriate discussion. So anyways, Joseph, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for having me, Sam. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Yep. Okay. So this is my little slide here of how I got into cybersecurity. I think it's a rather unorthodox career path. Yeah, I found that background on the internet. I hope it's not like copyright or anything. I'm sorry if it wasn't supposed to use it.
It's all good. It looks like very patriotic. I like it.
Yeah, I figured I would go with the theme since I'm going to probably talk about the military just a bit. But my first exposure to computers was back in the 80s, and I had like this I was a teenager in middle school and high school, and had this TRS-80 computer that had 64K of RAM and no hard drive. And like I was writing programs in BASIC, and it had the line numbers, and you'd say, 10, 4, whatever, then 20 go to this line. And I used to have to actually save them on tape, like you would see on the Seinfeld show, where you fast forward to your messages. You'd have to like remember where the counter was for program A, and then the program B was on another counter. You fast forward on the tape. That was my first exposure to computers and programming and IT in general. And I mean, I did pretty good in high school. I got A's in my computer courses, and I did well in a couple of science fairs that were computer based. But when I got out of high school, I really wasn't interested in going to college at the time. I wasn't interested in keeping my job at the supermarket. So I joined the Marines. And in the Marines, I didn't get a military occupational specialty at first anyways. That was anything to do with IT, but computers were starting to come into the workplace. So I was more like a user. In the early 90s, we'd have computers to manage aircraft maintenance tickets and whatnot. And then in the mid 90s, computers were taking over the internet and our lives more and more, but I was still just basically a user. I didn't do any administration. I didn't do any programming. I kind of forgot how to do all of that stuff. But I did go to college while taking advantage of a couple of military programs of tuition assistance. The GI Bill, you can actually do that while you're on active duty. And a student loan program I like to call Visa. And after 7 years of off and on college, I got a college degree and in 1989. And then that allowed me to become a lieutenant in the officer ranks. If you're familiar with the military, I went from the enlisted to the officer ranks. And my first assignment was a field artillery officer. And that's just shooting giant cannons and for training missions. And I was as far away from doing cybersecurity or IT as you could imagine, but it was 2004. I was at my 15-year mark, and I wasn't really planning on staying in past 20. It's kind of silly to do that, in my opinion, because if you retire at 20, you've earned half of your paycheck for doing nothing. So why would I keep working to get only half more? And I got another opportunity to change my military occupational specialty from an artillery officer to a communications officer. And even then, and this was like in the mid 2000s, like 2005, and computers were still really taking over the workplace. Everyone had to have a computer at home, and everyone had to have a computer at work. So the Marine Corps is all too happy to say, okay, you want to do that? We need people to do it. So my first assignments in communications, I was already a captain in the Marines, and I was kind of more in charge of things. I was in charge of getting the right people with the right equipment at the right place and the right time to support a tactical mission. And I wasn't doing any of the hands-on stuff. And I was also serving with the ground units. I was with the tank battalion, 1st Tank Battalion in 29 Palms, 311, the 3rd LAR. And it wasn't like the focus of the organization wasn't computer-based or IT-based. It was all tactical military operations. And like I said, it wasn't my job to get behind the router and program it or configure Active Directory. I had a team of Marines that I worked with, and they were doing that. And my job was just to get the right people, right place, right time. And also another important job I had was explaining the limitations to impatient infantry officers who just wanted to shoot guns, and they didn't understand why this computer didn't work or why this radio didn't work. And when I got closer to my retirement in 2010, I started seeing emails from other people on the base, and it was, oh, I'm a CompTIA certified professional. And I was like, what the heck is that? I had never heard of it before. So I asked the Marines I was working with, and they said, oh, this is a certification program. It make sure you're level up on the knowledge to fix computers or network stuff. And I said, oh, cool, I'll send you guys to that so you can increase your proficiency. And then they started sending me emails with, oh, I'm CompTIA certified. I'm like, okay, great, wonderful. And in 2010, I announced my intention to retire from the military and started putting my resume out there. And I had 20 years of straight military time, no experience in the private sector. And I wasn't comfortable applying for a hands-on job because I didn't really do that. And it turned out that I wasn't getting a lot of responses on my resume. And because I don't think anyone wants to hire their boss from the military, and I didn't have any certifications either. So I think I was getting blocked by what some of us call the HR firewall. There was no, my resume wasn't even getting looked at. So I rectified it. I went to, my own time and my own dime. I started at the bottom. I got the CompTIA A+ certification, then gradually moved up to the Security Plus. I'm a pretty good test taker, so I didn't have too much trouble passing the initial test. I got CISSP in 2012. I mean, that was a lot of studying, but I passed it. And lo and behold, I didn't feel like I knew a whole lot, but I was getting a lot more attention when I sent out my resume. I was getting responses from the corporate recruiters and other HR people. I was getting interviews. Some interviews went great. I got some offers that I considered but didn't take. And I also bombed a lot of interviews. And one thing I definitely want to advise anyone getting into IT is, or going through the interview process, is you can't let a bad interview or not getting selected for the position bother you. You only have 30 minutes to prepare to conduct the interview, or an hour. That they don't really know you. It's not personal. They just probably found someone they liked better, or whatnot. And so I got my first break outside of like a military environment. A ridiculous, silly job actually was at Zephyr Cove Elementary School next to Lake Tahoe in northern Nevada. It was great. I was a computer lab technician, and it was only, I probably would have stayed there a lot longer. They only paid me for 3 hours a day, and sometimes I was there 5 hours a day or 7. And it was a very treacherous drive. I was on the other side of the valley, so I'd have to drive over in the winter and spin out on the way down to the lake to get to the school. I think I raised my voice at elementary school children way more in 6 months than I ever did in the Marines. But I was really glad for that experience. It was just different. It was kind of getting out of my comfort zone. And I got another opportunity a little over a year later in Phoenix, Arizona, with Best Western International. And we had a team of 4 security people. I was the analyst. There were 2 architects and the information security officer. And my first couple of jobs there, they weren't too technical. It was just enough to get my feet wet. I did the DLP tool, which was really a GUI-based tool, and looked for PCI information in the content of the DLP. I looked for social security numbers, credit card numbers in that tool. I got access to the vulnerability scanner, which was Nessus-based, and started running the scans. But again, that was GUI-based, so it was kind of getting me warmed up. But what happened at Best Western was really strange. One of the architects moved on, and 2 months afterwards, then the ISO moved on 2 months afterwards, and the last architect moved on. And then in like less than 6 months, I went from being the new guy to the only guy. So I was like, that was like the best learning I ever got, was the opportunity to have to do everything and have to figure it out for myself, and having no one else on the team to rely on. One of the things I did, which is kind of analogous to this, working with GreyNoise, is I relied on the vendors. I was like, hey, I'm the information security engineer here at Best Western. There's no one else on my team. I don't understand how to use this tool. I need you to help me. And fortunately for me, they were glad enough to help me out. And the more work I had to do, the more the skills I got. And then I started taking advantage of that. I had experience now. I had the certifications. So I kind of did a lot of job hopping in the late 2010s. I did some PCI and ISO consulting for a company called Solutionary. I went to T-Mobile for a little while in 2019 during the Sprint merger, before I ended up eventually landing in a small company in Idaho Falls we do threat hunting for CISA and whatnot. And I really think the moving around I did helped me a lot, because I had to like throw myself into a new and uncomfortable situation. And every organization does things a little different. Every organization has different tools. And every time I did that change, it forced me to learn something that I wasn't going to get from a cert, and what I wasn't going to get in a class. And I'm not saying don't take certs. I'm not saying don't go to class. I mean, whatever helps you learn, helps you learn. I don't regret doing the certs, but getting the opportunity to actually do the work helped me get more established into cybersecurity and IT. I guess it's a combination of things. If I had to sum up everything, I would say, be open to change, work hard, and perhaps most importantly, this is going to sound a little crazy, but take a risk every now and then. And I'm not saying withdraw all the money and sell your house and withdraw all your money and start digging for gold. That's crazy. I think people who make most money digging for gold sell shovels instead of actually finding gold. But like I took a couple big risks. When I went to Best Western, I had never really been in the private sector. I mean, unless you count that elementary school job, that was a completely new experience for me. And if you're, I'm not saying quit your job either. That's not necessarily something you could do. Or like one thing I kind of forgot to mention was when I actually went to Best Western, I actually took less pay and added on more expenses. Now I understand not everyone can do that either, but I was able to absorb the costs with my earned military pension, so I could take that risk to get the experience I wasn't going to have otherwise. And so when taking a risk can be, just signing up for a cert. I've met a lot of people that are established in the field and like, well, I don't need certs. Like, well, maybe be a little more open-minded to it. Maybe you'll learn something you didn't know, or like I need to be more open-minded to college. I thought that was a terrible way to learn anything with IT. Then I started working with some very young people in the past couple of years, and they didn't know as much as me or know as more. So maybe the college, maybe that's the risk you take, or maybe the risk you take is moving within a different department or a different realm of IT in your job. If you work hard and you take the risk, I think it'll pay off in the end. Not really looking at the questions. Sam, do you want me to? I have another similar to what Mr. Greg presented earlier.
Okay.
If you want me to roll into that, or do you have to get other questions in the chat? I'm not really looking at them.
In a second, I think the main thing, a couple things that you made me think about that I just wanted to add on is a couple things. So you were talked about essentially being like open to new tasks that get thrown on you and kind of being flexible. You mentioned like a bunch of different bosses in a period of time. I've been there, done that, where you get like different managers or whatever, and that is really stressful and hard. So I guess I would just encourage everyone to try to push yourself to be flexible and try to get through those times of uncertainty or whatever when you're getting new leadership or whatever that can happen, especially earlier in your career or if you're working at startups. And then I also just wanted to mention too, is be willing to take on new skills, take on new projects, and kind of stretch yourself and try new things. Because I think when you're early in your career, showing value like that is really useful. And you just kind of have to like build on it like it's like a snowball or something like that. Because I dropped out of college and just started working at tech companies, and I felt like I had to kind of rapidly take on new skills and kind of prove myself each along the way. But let's see. I was trying to look at chat to see if there were any questions. But otherwise, you're welcome to go forward, Joseph.
Okay, yeah. A couple other things I didn't emphasize well enough was asking for help, like at that Best Western situation when I was the only person there. I had to like. I think a lot of people like to do things on their own. I didn't really asking for help where it really wasn't something I was interested in doing, but I felt I had to, and it made a big difference. People are really, really glad to help you. So that's contact information there. I know that email looks like a burner email, but Sam can attest. I do answer that within a couple days or so. It's my real email. I don't really have a lot of interest in Twitter or LinkedIn, so I'm sorry I'm not joining those, and you can't find me there. If you do find my account, I'm just squatting on it. I don't look at it. Let's switch my slide here. Yeah, I was really intrigued with the previous presenter, Greg's presentation of, looking for attacker mistakes. And with that kind of made me think of something I do. Like, I have a hypothesis that attackers like to leverage automation as much as the good guys do, and they also leverage encryption so people can't see what they do. And this demo I have is really similar to Greg's. It's just not as good as his. I learned a lot watching his presentation. So I'm gonna I'll see this. So my use case was I selected was Avanti, because like Greg, I didn't find enough data in the Palo Alto stuff that's really interesting. So I searched for the tag Avanti secure scanner, but I actually didn't know you could do the minus till today. So what you can do with this is you can export everything as a CSV and work with Excel. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying before. If you're not the most technical person in the world, you can still leverage stuff. You can export all this data as a CSV and then use Excel to do your filtering. And let me see if I can get the spreadsheet up. I already did this, so I'm not going to go through the boredom of exporting this. So this is all the data here that gets exported from that. You get all these wonderful columns, IP classification. But what was really interesting to me is the JA3. But I don't want all this data because some of it's scanners. But the way I filtered out the scanners was I just looked at the port field in the URIs and took out the ones that were the most noisy. So here, this doesn't really show. Let me go back to this other tag, this other one here. If you go to the ports, you'll see that, where are the ports? This is what I get for dropping my sunglasses, or reading glasses rather. I'll start with the path here. Like, if you look at these paths here, a lot of them you can just tell they're scanning everything. So I took a lot of those out, and I took out a lot of the ports that had multiple ports because I assumed those were mass scanners, because I wasn't smart enough to just do the minus tag like the previous presenter, Greg. And what that left me with was just a few rows. So then I take these rows here, and then I plop them into CyberChef. Let's do a quick little formula or recipe in CyberChef, I think it's called. I split the horizontal line because some of the exports from GreyNoise have this delimiter for different JA3s. Then I drop 5 or more bytes at the end of each line to get rid of the colon in the port. And then I do a unique. And then that gives me unique JA3 hashes. And then what I can do with those is grab those unique JA3 hashes and throw them into Splunk. And then that reduces the workload looking for suspicious traffic instead of looking at tens of thousands of or hundreds of thousands of millions of SSL events. Now I could just focus on the ones that have those SHA-3 hashes. And I know everyone uses different tools and indexes. So in this case, index equals foo, source type boo, SHA-3 hash, and paste what you got from CyberChef. And that's how you can, one quick way I like to use GreyNoise, I kind of like calling it backwards. Instead of taking the IP or the IP address that you found in your logs and seeing what GreyNoise says about it, I'm just doing kind of the opposite. I'm looking what's in GreyNoise and then seeing if I can find that in the logs. And that's all I have to present today.
Very cool.
I'm really glad I didn't talk about myself for 30 straight minutes. I'd have been embarrassed if I did that. It's a little too much.
That's all good. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. We really appreciate your time and presentation there, sharing some knowledge and experience and advice for folks. Yeah, we really appreciate your contributions to the community, man.
Thank you.
Well, have a great rest of your Friday. I guess we can kind of hang out. And we got Floofpone up next. The raccoon that just joined the stream in chat. People were like, hey, a raccoon has appeared. So if you're enjoying the stream so far, please make sure to spread the word when you see at the end of this stream. Obviously, the whole stream itself you can watch back. And then I'm going to upload individual versions of each talk so that you guys can share those around with folks, share them with your team, post them to Reddit or your Discord server or whatever it is. So if you're enjoying these talks, please spread the word and help us get the word out. We'd like to do more of these events, and you helping us spread the word is really helpful towards that goal. Well, cool. Well, I think we're a couple minutes early, so I think Floofpone is maybe just kind of getting things set up. I will check. I'll message them on Discord. But let me know if you guys have any questions in chat. I will actually switch over to my screen. We've got just a couple more talks to go. We've got Floofpone coming up in a few minutes. And then we've got Jonathan ending out the show in about an hour from now. So that's going to be also a really great talk about how to use GreyNoise in various situations. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, if you guys and gals didn't see or hear the news, we just hit 1,337 tags on GreyNoise. So shout out to the GreyNoise Labs team, Glenn and Ron and the whole team over there. They've been working really hard to add more and more tags to the system. So huge shout out. They've been working super hard. So really appreciate their work. And they're just going to keep on cranking it. So we were joking with them that the next number is 9,000. He's over 9,000. So who knows when we'll hit that number, but we're going to keep on working on it. If you find a tag, if you think that there's something that we should tag, you can actually submit a tag to us. There's links if you go to like our community page, for example, or actually just go up and here in the top nav and click tag request. You can request a tag and you can help us add more tags to the system. So let's see. I think hopefully Floofpone's going to be ready in just a second or so. Cool. Looks like we're getting set up. Awesome. Let's see. I will keep an eye on chat for you, and I'll let you know if there's any other questions that come up. And let me know when you're good to go. But otherwise, really appreciate everyone hanging out with us this Friday afternoon. I know this is our first NetNoiseCon, so I appreciate everyone taking the chance on us, spending some time with us, and I've been really enjoying this event so far.
Right.
You good to go?
Yeah, mic working? All good?
Yep, we can hear you good.
All right, perfect. All right, so hello, I'm Floofpon. I'm going to be presenting on a new T9000 sample today. I'm calling this presentation Trashing the Pandas because I like raccoons, they're trash pandas, and Mustang Panda sucks. So who am I? I started out in Bug Bounty. I did my tours there, going through Bug Crowd, going through HackerOne, hacking governments here and there as everyone does. Eventually worked my way into doing a little bit of network penetration testing, getting a little more formal on things. I got sidetracked, thrown into AppSec for a while, did code analysis, learned SEML. That wasn't any fun. But most importantly now, I thrunt. I also really like raccoons. They're floofed up. They have fingers. They can in fact hack. But Raccoon Stealer sucks. They give us a bad reputation, and I personally support APT 69420. Lastly, and honestly most importantly, I really enjoy theory. No perception, simply just vibes out here. So what are we going to be covering today? My kind of goal is to teach people how to go from reading a write-up to finding the associated infrastructure from a threat actor. I'm going to be using mostly Census for this, but there are obviously tons of other options that you can choose out there. So this threat actor, Mustang Panda TA416 Stately Taurus, was most recently reported on by Curated Intel and Unit 42, but we're going to be covering the January and February campaigns. As we will then learn, this will lead us to a sample of T9000 V2, which is now an APK-based backdoor with espionage features, new plugins, and basically it's not a Skype stealer anymore because who uses Skype? So, time to learn a little bit about Mustang Panda. There are a ton of names that they've gone by. I personally hate the entire threat intelligence community for this. I can never find all the resources I need without spending 30 minutes learning names. But they're a Chinese Nexus group that has been active since 2012. They mainly use Poison Ivy, Plug X, and T9000, their own custom modular backdoor. So they generally target locally around China, so countries like Myanmar, India, that kind of stuff. With NGOs, government organizations like the Ministry of Defense, as we'll see, healthcare, telecom, all of that kind of stuff. And as China does, they target the EU and the UN. So for history on T9000, it's a modular backdoor. It's been also known as T5000, Plat1, and S7000. These aren't the names that we gave them. It's what they put into their PDB strings. So they give us those for free. Two really interesting write-ups that I found very useful in starting my research is the write-up from Unit 42 on the Skype stealer and Silence's write-up from 2013 on GTA Panda. So what do we get from this new APK form? New plugins, new strings, us realizing that they still use SVN instead of Git, and way too much spyware. So, as I said, we're going to be covering basically what we learned from the CCERT CTI write-up. Their deployment there was a signed exe with an expired certificate that drops pubload, and then an ISO with an LNK embedded that drops tone shell. The greater IOC that was shared here was a specific certificate name for an RDP certificate, essentially, and that is the Win-9JJA certificate. Importantly here, we're going to be using Census, who's been brought up multiple times in other presentations here, and I love Census. They have a lovely UI, they have a great query language, you can use nested queries, which I will go into soon. There is an open in GreyNoise button, which by default makes this the best internet scanning service in the world. I mean, who wouldn't love an open GreyNoise button? But they also like your posts if you tag them, and unlike a very specific other internet scanning service, I can use labels without paying. Yeah, also GreyNoise, sorry you have your own slide at the end. Don't worry, this isn't just Census advertisement. So, searching for our pandas because it's Thrunton time. Basically, we're going to use our certificate that we got from the write-up and put that into the lovely issuer DN field on Census. We're going to limit our query a little bit by applying only results for a specific ASN. As we see from the results on the bottom left here, there are a lot of ports 5633. Going based off this, we can refine our query using the same service, that kind of part of the query, which allows you to nest. So we can say if one service, i.e. one port, shows this certificate only on this port and is in that autonomous system, only show those results then. It's a very useful feature if you want to go into clustering a threat actor infrastructure. Overall, though, the size of the Mustang Panda infrastructure associated with this specifically is around 1,100. The number fluctuates kind of based on the day and week, but this is a rough overview. There is pretty big clustering within specific ASNs, such as Gigabit Myanmar, Severius, HVC, but there are outliers in GB Network, Bang Mode, and M247. If anyone has done a little bit of thrunting before, no one likes M247. It's terrible. It's like only cybercrime and a few VPNs. But something important that I want to note is that essentially from me finding this to writing up and presenting it, they've changed around their infrastructure. beforehand, they used to share the same certificate fingerprint across multiple C2 IPs. This has now changed. They are moving towards an essentially purely IP-based certificate issuing system. But with that, this also gives us, as researchers, a little bit more information because they are continually pushing out new certificates. Something that we can use here is looking at the issuing period and the issuing time. So for example, here are two IP addresses that are somewhat close to each other and have a relatively similar issuing time. March 18th of this year, around 6 a.m. These are all UTC times. Another example being here is a very interesting one actually, is they are issued 14 seconds apart where the IPs are essentially 15 numbers apart within the actual last octet themselves. This to me points to a sort of automated deploy script of these where 1 second it can just pump out a certificate per IP. Again, just another example, this time with some pretty large distance between the actual IP numbers. They're in completely different BGP prefixes. We've still got relatively similar timings, but once again, these are issued on the same day. The overall takeaway from this that we can have is that we have a very specific time frame actually from when these certificates get issued. So 6 to 9 a.m. UTC, if we were to convert that to Hong Kong time, we get 2 to 5 p.m., which lines up with general working times across Chinese society, especially within government-sponsored work. But an interesting fact as well is that we see certificates signed at nearly the exact same second, multiple months apart, on IP addresses that are relatively close to each other. And as it turns out, I'm not the only one that's come to this conclusion. The lovely people over at Unit 42 made this graph about a different TA's attacks on Cambodia, which once again points out these kind of repeated time frames of when they do in fact operate. I chose this one specifically because, interestingly enough, we saw a lot of certificates issued on March 18th, which was a Monday, beginning of a new week. And once again, on the 18th of September from Unit 42's analysis, it was also a Monday of a new week, the 18th, with a ton of new activity. It's correlation. But as I was actually writing this article, Unit 42 once again published one of their articles doing time analysis on Chinese APTs, including Mustang Panda. Their conclusion was essentially the time clustering in this image down below, which once again reaffirms that we actually have pretty strong clustering between 2 and 5 p.m. for most Chinese APTs, actually. This is just a personal little thing. I adapted a small piece of theory to match up with a little threat actor lore. You can read this once I publish the presentation afterwards, but yeah, just a small little Easter egg here. So where do we go from here? We find the panda prints, or essentially their open directories, see what malware they're showing. And it really is as simple as this. I looked for the certificate name and added the open directory label. We have an open directory. Wow, that's fun. We've got 3 folders here, B, C, and D. Oh, we've got an APK in here. That's fun. So HTC util, HTC utils, all of these files down here, if you've spent any time with T9000 or Mustang Panda, you'll know this is like the basic standard Windows T9000 setup. But obviously, the APK is very new. Where can we go from here? Because obviously there's not only a singular open directory. Well, this is where esoteric file servers actually come in really handy. So a lot of East Asian APTs as a whole like to use HFS for serving their files. Mustang Panda in specific here used HFS 2.4 RC4, which is 3 subversions or revisions old from the most recent release, which is weird to say because it was 2020. The use of HFS is pretty widely documented within like the threat intel community, but yeah. So if you want to find their open directories, all you have to do is use this little query here. So HFS 2.4 RC4 on the server response header. That's all. Ta-da. Yeah, these are their open directories. If they're hosting on 6.3 or 7.3.8.6, it's theirs. This one weird one in Sao Paulo, don't know what they're cooking. But most importantly, our original IP isn't here anymore, which sucks. It got taken down. Rip Bozo. Yeah, so let's check the other open directories. One of them, turns out, has another APK. Isn't that great? We're going to be looking at so much Java today. I totally don't hate my life for that. Anyways, the other two open directories don't have any APKs, so we're not really going to take too much time looking at those. And the files in there have the same exact modification date, so there's no reason to like compare them essentially. So pivoting from here. One of our open directories, namely the one hosted in Russia, displays a win-CLJ certificate. If you want to go to search for some of that stuff, here's the query for that. The reason I'm writing it this way is that we know that fingerprints are no longer like in full use for Mustang Panda infrastructure, so searching based off fingerprint alone won't really ever reveal the full infrastructure to us. Importantly as well, they run SMB on 445, so just for safety purposes, we added that in as well for the setup log target name. One of the domains that got taken down in the time of writing this presentation was Brooks Dawson. Very much you will be missed. But what this actually leads us to is a soft ether infrastructure, which is kind of their like exfil infrastructure, if you will. But overall, I've been talking about this entire thing in regards to uniqueness and how they're changing things up. They're really not. They still use Win9JJ on about 90% of their hosts that for this specific campaign I'm looking at. There is the Gen server CN, which is something that will require an entire presentation itself. That's a rabbit hole I unfortunately went into too deeply. We've got a random TST certificate, some AnyDesk certificates, a certificate with UK, Saxony, and a random Gmail at the end. Yeah, we got some keyboard spam, we got some 999JJ, we've got the soft ether again, and just other stuff that no one really cares about. So kind of going back to our initial query, now that we know more about the broader infrastructure, what else can we find in terms of like diffing between what we know now and what we knew then? One thing we can do is using Census's built-in labels, like for example, login page. Let's see what they're displaying on login pages. That'd be kind of fun, right? These are all the IP addresses if you want to go check for yourself. These are in general what they look like. This doesn't look too good to me. Like, I don't know where this is going. I didn't call the phone number. If anyone wants to message them on WhatsApp, go for it. Let me know. I'd like to know if they respond. Similarly here, we've got another thing. Really don't know what they're doing here, but again, not really the point of the presentation. It's more about what can you find. So TTC Cert listed our 9JJ certificate as a definitive indicator for Mustang Panda. But what if we were to look for hosts that show that, but specifically not on the aforementioned port of 5633? We can do that by applying literal, like Boolean logic to census queries to diff. This can be done via the not operator, or in certain cases, you can use curly braces for exclusive ranges. If you want to learn more, you can read the lovely manual and documentation that Census gives you, as every good researcher should. Anyways, if we look at the results on the right here, we get 22 results. We have 8 in Malaysia, 8 in the US, and a lot of singular IPs in specific countries. For just posterity's sake, let's choose Russia because we all love Russia, don't we? This brings us to the 86.105 IP address. It has quite a few ports open, some very weird high ports that don't have detected technologies, multiple ports showing soft ether, and once again, this weird pattern of the UK Saxony returns, this time with a different email address. If anyone knows about that one, again, please let me know. But one thing we can do from here is not only just randomly search through IP addresses, but actually use this pattern to search through certificates themselves, which Census also indexes. Yay! So if we were to look for this UK Saxony pattern, which is a weird one because that's two different countries, you would find 4 certificates issued between the 27th of February and the 15th of March of 2023, each with a 10,000 day period. If you want to then go back to that and search for any host that shows those certificates, you can just wildcard fill it within the subject EN, and Census will do the rest for you. This leaves us with 6 results here, with some very interesting domain names like Consoribi, India Cloud 4.online on liveserver.com. Once again, the M247 pops up. If anyone has like any input, any ideas on these certificates, please do let me know, because this is just a rabbit hole I never found an answer to, because I don't see why like a certificate referencing the UK and a random state in Germany would be relevant to India, Singapore, or Malaysia. But yeah, we kind of have also seen the usage of M247 quite a bit throughout here. So if we look at the IP addresses exclusively in M247, we will find 2 of those, a 146 and a 91, both showing new certificates that are in fact pivotable, as well as new port combinations. If you want to look at the certificates yourself, go for it. A fun thing that I noticed about these new certificates is in fact that these are not issued for 10,000 days, but 100,000 days, which becomes very noticeable once you see that the validity period says to the year 2,297, which is kind of far out there if you ask me. And another interesting note is that they have very specific keyboard spamming. So if you were to look at the letters that they use for all the attributes of the certificate, those are all found in the like middle row of your keyboard, so like your ASDFG row. But obviously, huge issue there. Those aren't trusted certificates; they're self-signed. If anyone's into the Donghua Jinlong meme, I did a little thing on the side here. I'm not going to go too deeply into it, but the point being, it's just like not good tradecraft, in my opinion, because this kind of stuff immediately stands out. And I feel like if any even baseline AI were to look over that, that would at least be heuristically flagged. So what can we do from here? We simply do the same stuff. We pivot like before. We use the port combo with the 9JRP, the new certificate, and we get 78 IPs. If we only use the CN, we get 81. This time we actually see very strong clustering in M247, which is more of like a cybercrime ASN, not really like a hidden APT ASN in my opinion. But all that said, we get a new certificate that we can once again pivot from. Cool, fun beans. This can essentially go on indefinitely, and that presentation could be this, but it's not. So here are some tips of how you can keep hunting on Census. Follow the certificates, honestly, at all times, because certificates are really important and are quite standard across most APT infrastructures. Use labels, read documentation so you don't mess up your queries and you actually know what you're doing. Don't limit yourself to only a singular platform. Obviously, you can use GreyNoise, there's Shodan, Alien Vault, Valadin, tons of others. Some things that I've learned to filter by that are really effective is ASNs, for example, which gives really good information on clustering. A subpart of that would obviously be filtering by BGP prefixes. For technology specifics, you can use the URI, the vendor product, the banner, and the banner hash, all as things to differentiate between, for example, versions and campaigns, clusters, all of that stuff. But the point I'm trying to get across is that you can filter by any response attribute because TAs like to repeat things. They have runbooks, they have playbooks, they will continue doing things until they physically can no longer. So abuse that mindset. It makes it easier to follow them. Anyways, time for the actual Telegram stealer spyware. Yes, T9000v2 is a Telegram stealer in most of its functionality. So if we were to upload this to VirusTotal, Hybrid Analysis, whatever, the a.apk that we found is in fact detected. That's cool. So like, how did no one ever really know about the fact that this APK existed? Well, I don't know. But what we do know is that we're dealing with multiple versions of T9000 within one open directory / campaign here. We have a new debug string that was found in the Resn32, which denotes an exclusively for Shanghai. Make with that what you will. And obviously all of these are linked here. These aren't new, really. Like these have been known about, just the specific debug string I haven't seen mentioned anywhere else. One thing that I noticed in my analysis is that there are 2 APKs that have generally the same code, but only one of them actually works. The newer version has an embedded encrypted APK called Google, but nowhere in the code do they actually, adapt to that fact that it's called Google. They still just call it patch.apk. So have at it. Thanks to some of my friends in high places, due to telemetry, we know that this has been in use since March 13th. Apologies for these screenshots here, but the control flow is a little interesting. So we have an a.apk, which to my understanding, the initial access vector is that they do in fact, the end user installs it themselves. I don't really see a reason or like any way that there would be a forced entry kind of thing. Yeah. But this contains 2 other APKs, the 3.apk and the quote-unquote patch.apk. The 3.apk is essentially just an exclusive Telegram stealer, and the patch.apk contains the quote-unquote proper C2 functionality, including config decryption, call hijacking, all of that kind of fun stuff. Some things to note here from the get-go is that they spelled 1 pixel 1 pi XL, and that's something that will repeat itself throughout all binaries because they in fact call back to that function multiple times. So yeah, there will be a lot of spelling errors that are shown in here, and if I have to suffer through it, so do you. Interestingly, they also just leave their Baidu location API key in here. I did in fact test this. It was manually disabled by the operators themselves. It says so in fact in the error message. But yeah, maybe they'll make a new API key at some point. But it's interesting to see that they are using like quote unquote regular location SDKs to actually exfiltrate their data. So screenshots suck. I know you detection engineers want to paste things. It's actually pastable text here. So the mainly important stuff from the a.apk is initializing through the it's supposed to be daemon activities. They spell it DEA again, and the associated logger functionality. For Android people, here are the permissions that this APK specifically requests. Some interesting stuff is like record audio, process outgoing calls, read phone state, write contacts, access find location, stuff that just regularly doesn't seem, safe. But our loggers turn out to be code execution because just like log4j, when aren't your loggers just code execution? So the daemon activity calls into basically anonymous functions A, B, and C. What do these anonymous functions do? One of them is privilege escalation via like just the native add device admin. One of them is an activity listener via an intent, and the third one is us running power detect service via sh-c, which I'm prefacing all of this and I'll get into it later. My entire history of reverse engineering is based around Windows. I really don't move outside of Windows reverse engineering and malware analysis. But this just doesn't seem normal for an Android app. So if we were to go in and look at what this e.a.a call is, which is what the C function calls, it is literally just runtime.get runtime.exec with the whatever argument is passed. Fun, cool stuff. And they do it another time. And they do it another time as well in another function. They've got like 4 different versions of just running get runtime.exec. It's something. But one thing that caught my eye during this is the specific kind of logging tags that they have applied. So this do STH by SU doesn't seem very normal to me, so I decided to Google it. If you Google it, there are various Chinese like code articles like CSDN, for example, that come up. And turns out this article is actually the exact code that is used in this. Apologies for the screenshot here on the left. This is how the website renders. I couldn't even copy paste off of it, so this is what you're getting. But yeah, basically we see that this code is in fact just reused as this do STH by SU inside the APK itself. But what is this power detect service that, is actually called by the shell command? If you guessed that it didn't detect power, you are partially correct, because later on they do detect power, but not here. This is for dropping and decrypting the embedded APK. So being anonymous classes, the naming doesn't necessarily help us, and there can be conflicting overlaps, which JADX will point out to you. But the point is, we call a.c from the onStart command of the power detect service class, which eventually calls a.b with the patch.apk path, and that will likely be our decryption routine, logic would tell us. It is. So now it's time to reverse decryption algorithms. If you know a bit about Mustang Panda, they like using RC4. Yeah, it's basically just uninitialized RC4. It's super duper intense stuff, and this is all done by copying the Java code and running it myself. And guess what? Guess what? I had to wait 0.2 seconds. I got output. Did we do it? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it really was that easy. There's not much else. There's not much else to it. But yeah, we see the PK header for the zip. We see the meta inf manifest. So this looks like a legit APK. So yeah, we did do it. Also, stop doing Java. No one likes Java. Please stop. We're not skipping the 3.apk, although we just decrypted the patch, because we are in fact interested in what the 3.apk does. So the 3.apk, as mentioned before, is primarily for Telegram parsing. It implements a Telegram control, info, and parser classes, as well as some other stuff. One thing that I enjoyed a lot looking through this was that they had the intent category launcher, and I miss my launcher a lot. But yeah, more permissions. They can't spell permission either. Sucks. But yeah, there are some really interesting ones that I noted here. So like update app op state, package usage stats, sorry. Interact across users full, mount unmount file systems, the vibrate functionality, which is kind of cool, and write secure settings. Very, very benign permissions to ask for here. So how do they control the T that you're sending across Telegram? Well, they essentially kind of just set up a file copy of the cached Telegram DBs, and they parse based off of that. So the big thing kind of here, something that you could also write detections based off of, is like CP, data, or Telegram Messenger files, cache 4.db-shm. In my opinion, something that wouldn't be too difficult to write on. But going from there, all the operations are exclusively done on cached and relocated DBs of Telegram. How do they parse this? They actually use the Telegram RPC methods. So right after grabbing the caches, they are going to parse it until they find essentially the self-user. And, oh, my bad. This is the whole query that they use to find all of the data that they need. So one thing that I learned from this is actually that deleted accounts remain in the Telegram DB, and this can like programmatically be detected by basically having an empty friend account name. But more importantly, things that they exfiltrate to logs, for example, is first name, last name, phone number, your location through longitude, latitude, the like vcard from Telegram, that kind of stuff. So what's the kind of control flow of this? So we call the initialize function from Telegram control, which creates the parser class and loads the parser. This is where the actual big Telegram RPC stuff will come into play. This is all the stuff that they try and get out of the RPC classes. It's a lot. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but the point is that they actually did a decent job of reading the Telegram SDK and what is necessary to read and parse the actual data sent through the app. If you can imagine reading through that and trying to analyze it, when I saw it, it was terrible. Hence, I'm about to derealize. There's way too much code in this class. I don't feel like learning the entire Telegram SDK. I'm getting tired of screenshotting, and remember, this is still 3.apk. We have an entire encrypted APK to still cover. But importantly, what do they care about? They care about attachment data, metadata, friends and connections, secret chats specifically, and locational data. So an interesting thing about their uploading is that they go through like 8 to 10 different hoops to just upload data. So their pre-upload will call into pre-upload text, which has different overloaded versions. If there's an attachment, you get it with file. The point being is that if there is a file that is attached, it will actually get compressed via the native deflator class. Things that are included in those logs, once again, are going to be things like the friend account names, the time things were sent at message types, whether or not specifically they were secret chats, attachments, that kind of stuff. How do they prep this data? So they actually write a pseudo header, which you can see in the top right here. So they create a new byte array output stream, then eventually write some data into it, as well as an empty 260 byte array. The data itself is XORed by the value of 121 or hex 79. That is also eventually written into the p header itself. So basically, when decrypting in their uninitialized states, they will have the XOR key built into the part of memory that they need. That's kind of the purpose of that. So basically, they write most things to log files, occasionally things to other locations like /temp, and they will have an intent that periodically queries those locations and will eventually exfil them to wherever it is. So point being, we can move on now from Telegram parsing. That stuff was kind of boring. So it's time for T9000 v2.0.8. How do we know that? Because they left us that in PDB strings. Once again, with a keen eye, you'll see that this is in fact because they compiled OpenSSL in debug mode. So thank you for that. Here's a general overview of what the decrypted patch.apk looks like if you were to just load it into JADX. We've got a ton of stuff. We've got a ton of receivers, obviously new permissions. But at this point, going through this, like when I was analyzing it, I was thinking to myself, if there's a God, they do in fact hate me, because everything I've encountered here, aside from the first like 4 T9000 things from the Open Directory, is completely outside of my ballpark. I'm having to learn the mobile matrix, do ELF plugins. I don't like those things. I like WinAPI, but I have IDA. I can press F5, and on top of all of that, Mustang Panda sucks at making malware. Anyways, the patch.apk is genuinely huge. There's still even more code than this in it. I just tried to cover like most of the important things here in these screenshots. So I'm not excited for more Java. I don't know if you are, but there's a few fun Easter eggs. So the whole part of do STH by SU from earlier, we actually just get that with proper function names here. So we didn't really have to do that earlier, but I didn't know that back then. And it's just a fun exercise. But back to important things. We've got more permissions. Once again, this is just so that people can paste it into detection stuff. Once again, the API key is in here. They're still misspelling 1PyXL because they have to call out to that function. But the most important thing here is like the upload file receiver, user present receiver, essentially all of the receivers that exist in here. So what does the main entry of this file actually do? It has a function called task handle CSC, which is kind of like a secondary C2, which specifically deals with contacts, calls, and that kind of stuff. Parsing plugins, we create the call, contact, and SMS observer, which is kind of what CSC stands for. All these do is essentially read from content SMS, content call log calls, and the content URI here. The more important stuff happens in the task receivers over here. So like the user present receiver, the upload file receiver, for whatever reason, they're starting a Java server. Take VO stands for take photos. So it's more along those lines of using receivers and filters for intents and activities in like a seemingly or an Android native coding style. So we don't know why we boot a Java server because the function's not implemented in here. But yeah, some very fun typos that I noticed is that they spell record with OA. They forget the R in information and type it as information. And they add an E for cure location long. Don't ask me. These are just things that stood out to me while reading the code. Deep cut. So handling C2 tasks. So the handling is done via Android messages and specifically the .what part of the Android message. There's a lot of commands with indexes, and it is just one huge switch statement as we see here. So I kind of listed them all out here, but we're going to go into depth of each of these in the upcoming slides. But interesting stuff is like audio recording specifically, grabbing SMS info, video recording that is split between the front and back camera, screen capture stuff, normal spyware things in all reality. But how much spying do they actually do in the spyware? So in our first case, we call to get location state and start record service. The get location state is implemented via the Baidu location SDK, which makes sense considering they included a Baidu API key. The audio recording is basically just done via native audio record classes. There's nothing really too fancy about that. The screen state change is essentially just to check when a screen state has changed. Then with the location SMS and XOR, they basically grab the location, go into the SMS manager. They eventually send a test SMS in the sense of they add it to the local SMS database. But any data that goes through this process here is actually custom XOR'd via this like function, this A function on the right here, which, yeah, I really haven't bothered to dive into it too much. But another interesting indicator here is the fact that they use Weidu and Jingdu for their latitude and longitude, like within the string builder itself. But next up is contact enumeration. So there are 4 kind of main things in here, but 2 main functions. The get all phone numbers and get all email. All of this enumeration and querying for these things is done via the built-in Android content resolver, and they use basically the .query functionality of it. Most of these queries for enumeration are time-framed or time-gated, however you'd like to call it, because they do in fact include like a check here for the contact last updated timestamp. For call log enumeration, it's a very similar thing. Different attributes. This time we have find person, get last call log content, that kind of stuff. We grab it from content contacts people, look for the display name, get name number, call duration, all of that stuff. SMS, again, very similar thing. It's just content resolver over and over again. Now we get to some more interesting stuff though, which is grabbing the actual phone information. So what they grab, for example, is your phone's IMEI, your IMSI, kernel version, Android version, patch version, Additionally, like your battery level and your signal level as well. And this stuff, for a little bit of detection, is stored in a file with a 133A0D8 underscore prefix. Don't ask me. But for additional stuff is, like for detection wise, is for example, them running sh-c for get prop and grepping the sim state. They also directly access sysdevices system, storage external SD card, and the /proc directory. So for taking photos, this is where we actually reach back to our like initial APK with the 1PyXL functionality. So essentially, if the SDK version is at a certain level for like the build SDK, they will only use internal methods instead of using the intent for the 1PyXL activity. So the breakdown can kind of be seen in those. In the local implementation, you will have stuff like prefixing files with different 3-letter prefixes to denote what type of photo was taken. Additionally, they also create a custom preview pane when the camera device is actually pulled up. So to my understanding, at least, they are creating like a fake camera window that will actually just send pictures to them instead of properly like saving them to disk in that sense. So after that comes the first run mark, which interestingly is at case 14. But what this does is that it essentially starts the DCIM monitor. So it just starts a monitor for any file changes made to the like photos directories. It creates like a mutex of sorts in that sense by creating various marked files in specific folders to tell other versions of the malware the system has been infected already. It writes itself to system and then begins Telegram parsing. Beyond that, more video things. So these prefixes, a few slides back, were basically the same 2 letters, but instead of V, it was P for picture instead of video. So there's very much a repeated naming scheme going on through here. Video and photo configurations actually have their own plugin, which is saved in the 5.cfg, which we will get into shortly about how to decrypt it. Most importantly, as I mentioned earlier, they differentiate between front and back videos and photos. So essentially, there's just different C2 commands implemented for those. Based again off the SDK version, it will either call out to 1PyXL or the built-in, this time take video control. This basically just calls the built-in camera wrapper, which includes custom encoders and decoders for video streams. That's not something that I'm personally too interested in, but it is something that is included. They do stop the videos, which is like, wow, that's so kind of them, so cool. Not really. It's just so that they can do basically timed video espionage. So one of the things that they do is based off the config, they will have start and stop times. And if a certain flag is set, it will record videos on specific dates at certain times for that parameter, and it'll just use the start/stop command infrastructure that we see here. So updating plugin 5, the 5 eyes do in fact see all. There are 2 parts to the plugin 5 decryption. One part is the like call decryption, and the other one is the camera config decryption. The reason why one of them has the haha dot prefix, I will get into soon, but basically they just wrote haha while decrypting that. So I decided to go with that naming scheme. Basically, you will have a few options here, like if it should take photos, should it automatically take photos, how often has it already done that, should it record video, that kind of stuff. As well as in the record info itself, this for call recording, like essentially a magic header, like specific environment levels for hiding stuff, just various call recording stuff. But in essence, what this all comes down to is for the sample that I had here, this is the full config decryption. As it turns out, auto record video is turned off, but auto take photo is turned off or is turned on. But yeah, shout out to them. Their configs are garbage, like honestly, and you should really stop embedding plain text API keys. Like, it's like I'm entering a new bug bounty program for the first time. If you want to do this yourself, this code is copy pastable. If you want to, I wouldn't suggest using it. It's terribly written code. I didn't care for the look of it, but it works. So last but not least, the actual screen capture functionality. It captures the screen via creating a virtual display, which only really works if you have the permission for it. Hence that kind of thing, why they check if they do have root, but they do also have another option in case that doesn't work. Regardless, they do a lot of timed recording tasks. So they have two different options. One is for an only singular timed run, and the other is for a repeated timed run. So that kind of calls back to the like use auto functionality of the configs, is that if they want to create continued scheduled recordings of a specific phone's activities, they can use the scheduled continued options to run via broadcasting intents. Now, I know I'm getting kind of tired here, and I know you're probably getting tired here, but it still doesn't end. Because there's more. There's more C2 commands. Yeah. It really was a pain. I truly spent weeks on this. I found a different sample just because I was so bored of T9000 to keep me sane, and I manually reconstructed vtables in it, and that was more fun. I also wondered, are there any vulnerabilities in here? Can I run CodeQL over this? Should I? I didn't. I'm also still waiting for CISA to respond. I sent them the sample the day that I found it on the OpenDir. Yeah, nothing. Well, but the point is, those questions are all left unanswered, just like this code will be. We're going to move on to the CSC tasking because this is frankly a lot more interesting. So this is the contact SMS call kind of framework. That's how I understand it, at least. So what they do here is that this is for specifically searching through contacts for individuals. What initially came to mind here is like the platform that was disclosed in the iSoon leaks, for example, where they have this entire network where they can just essentially look people up based off of their social media relations. And this is, I feel like, what this kind of more broadly starts to play into in terms of this data exfiltration and espionage that they're doing specifically. So what they do with the search key is they actually base64 encode it and have it in a specific part of an array that gets passed as a parameter, hence this part here. But we're not going to cover all of that. The important stuff essentially is like the queries that I've included here. I will be sharing the sample hashes as well, and like the files themselves at some point with GreyNoise, so y'all can upload that. But yeah, there is essentially just entire another infrastructure to this. But there, we haven't actually gotten to T9000 yet per se, because T9000 is modular plugins, which is where we're going to get to now. So for whatever reason, there are 3 missing plugins. It goes 1 through 4, and then 8, 9 super. I don't know. What I do find very interesting is that they have this no PIE for like no process independent execution, but when you think of it as no pi, as in like pi the number, we have the super hash being 3.14, which is just like a really cool small thing that I noticed. But yeah, each of these hashes can actually be found on VirusTotal. They have been uploaded before, but they have no detections on them, which is quite curious and interesting. So if we quickly go back to the other sample that we had talked about at the beginning of this analysis, the sample that included the Google encrypted APK, that actually includes 2 different embedded plugins for the 2 and 3-NoPi. Those, in whatever act of fate by whatever higher power that exists, were uploaded by the threat actors on this day 2 years ago. Like, I truly cannot make this up. Maybe God does exist. Do I have free will? Did I have any choice in presenting this? Was it meant to be? Am I meant to be the raccoon of the Thrunting community? I don't know. All I do know is that we're rhizomes, but only if there are lobsters. Deep cut for theory nerds. Hope you enjoy. Anyways, we're going to finish it off with some light analysis on the plugins. I call this the RICO method, aka reading interesting code. So 1.NoPy is a bit of general communications as well as phone parsing. So for example, we see them reaching out and trying to parse the ro.product.name, ro.product.realModel. They got Meizu in there. There are some more indicators for certain files that they may write to, certain prefixes, like for example, the SD card Android data, writing into the OLM, that kind of stuff. What we also see is that, or from the start here, is that the plugin 1, 2, 3, 4, all of that is included in every plugin itself because these are the NoPy binaries, so they don't have independent execution, you know. So what's the 2 NoPy? This one is actually where you learn that they're targeting more than just Telegram, which we didn't learn from the APK. So other messaging apps that are targeted, for example, are WhatsApp, QQ Messenger, Telegram once again, obviously, and micromessage. This one focuses more so on the actual attachments and documents that are being sent across here, alongside the fact that it seems they're using open source software for this. Minishell is an open source project. The creator of the open source Minishell has the initials of TJ, but the code doesn't line up. So I'm just a little bit confused on that one. But all that aside, what I also learned is that there's RTTI for ARM binaries, which I personally didn't know existed, being a Windows nerd. But yeah, cool stuff. There are obviously also queries in here and whatnot, which we'll see in 3 NoPy. They actually just start like including fully copy-pasted code with minor adaptations. So 3 NoPy includes OpenSSL as well as an adapted WeChat dump, which in itself includes functionality that extracts usernames, nicknames, what province, what city you're in, all of that kind of stuff. And if you looked at the strings a little bit from before, you'd notice this weird UTD_CE31. This was actually an indicator that the GTA Panda article from 2013 brought up when this was still called Plat 1. As we see here, the ESVN Plat 1 seems very similar to our string here that we're seeing in the current version of DSVN T9000 V2 T7000. So these are just more indicators that we are in fact looking at the next evolutionary stage of this. So for NoPy, it's an entire JPEG parsing library, like fully built out, basically only to parse the screen captures. Once again, UTD pops back up again. Yeah, I was starting to lose my mind during this. Regardless, 8 NoPy is WhatsApp specific. So for example, in the strings here, we will see an at s.whatsapp.net. We're seeing SQL queries, the kind of like print string formatting, like we had app.tg earlier, now it's app.wa for WhatsApp. So they very much have a standardized exfiltration scheme for the data that they're sending. 9 NoPy is specifically for Telegram media. One of the paths that comes up in here where it gets written to is data, com, Android, pick with 2 C's, blah, blah, blah. They do in fact also call out to the Google Maps API. I couldn't find their API key for that one in here, which was unfortunate, but they basically draw a big red circle around the location from document metadata that they extracted. The super plugin, or as I like to call it, the super duper plugin, really goes to show that T9000 hasn't really changed all that much, because this user's intel string is something that was very heavily referenced in the Unit 42 write-up from 2016. On top of all of that, they wrote open wrong a lot, and it kind of made me mad just a little bit. But basically, super is what the name calls. It's kind of the super plugin. So like you'll have active app monitor, detect, you have calls to ADK copy file, that kind of stuff. So obviously you want to know about configs, right? Where's their C2? Well, if you go to the plugin.dat, you throw that into any hex editor you'd like. I like HXD. The domain name is there, just out in plain text. Didn't have to do anything. Really easy. Census actually didn't have that domain name in its vhost indexed, but another lovely OSINT place, Security Trails, told me that's the IP. If you see this IP and you're like, I feel like I've seen this before, you're correct. This is the IP of the Open Directory. As you see, it has the 7386 port here. Is the one in Moscow? Yeah. That's our C2 for it. So here's just random stuff that I couldn't really fit in contextually because they don't get xref'd. But for example, an interesting IMEI, them writing into the SMS database directly. The fact that they use GCJ02 to BD09LL for their coordinate type. Basically, this part here, I never really figured out what it was, but to my understanding, this 0CC175 is a WeChat UID, as they are grabbing this from the auth cache, which should be the UID. But regardless, these are just other strings in here that can be used to gain more intelligence by people who have a lot more resources than I do. But if you kind of want to learn more about what all they would be going to do if they were to decrypt WeChat, this article is really good on it and covers basically all the methods that Mustang Panda implements. So one thing is that they actually do stop spying. I want to give them a shout out for that. So they have an onStop method, which unregisters all the important content observers, even uninstalls it with a root check, which honestly is more than I can say for some enterprise software that I've seen, which doesn't do privilege or permission checks, regardless. We see here in the client uninstall, we're rm.ring from data, SD card, and from /system. Yeah, that's really that. They did in fact take data structures, or one of the developers at one point or another took data structures because they use a hash map, which is awesome. And they monitor my travels to make sure that I'm okay. AKA they check for photo metadata in my DCIM and see if that location has changed from where it was previously, and they send a notification to their C2. Anyways, that's all. I'm in fact very tired. Future presentations and information that I may present may be on Kaiji, Root Devil or Satan DDoS, a TA known as Red Team Pretender only within Chinese communities, and the lovely DPRKnet. As I promised, GreyNoise does in fact have their own slide. It's kind of a copy pasta, but I do want to say, and I do want to shout out GreyNoise for having some of the most comfortable merchandise I've ever had in my entire life. I love that shirt to death. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm on NetNoiseCon. Mom, get the camera. Thanks and credits to GreyNoise Consensus, Azaka, Martian Fox, Gitworm, Hex Ice, obviously CSTRT CTI in Unit 42, and the one and only Jiang Ying giving me their IDA Pro license. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Awesome. That was a really great presentation there. Best
Thank you.
presentation we've ever had from a raccoon. No, we had a
Let's
really
go.
lots of really great comments. I mean, the chat was running the entire time, to be honest with you. So,
Oh, lovely.
but
Okay.
yeah, lots of claps, fire emojis, all kinds of things going in the YouTube chat right now.
Let's go. The raccoon army prevails.
Yeah, raccoon army rise up. So let's see if there's any questions in chat. Please post them. I don't have any like right off the top of my head because there was just kind of ongoing conversation in the chat while you were presenting. But also that was really cool to hear that you got your start in the bug bounty scene, since obviously I was involved in that scene as well. So it's really cool.
Yeah, I gotta say it's I wouldn't say that people should expect much from bug bounty aside from it should be a learning opportunity for you. If you make money from it and can sustain yourself, great, but don't try and force that. That's the way that I viewed it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see. We had a question from Philip. For those domains that seem to have some kind of legitimate web page, did you do any other analysis on things like metadata and images or other files on the server?
Yes. So those are things that I have in my own research notes, which unfortunately just wouldn't have made it into the presentation. But there were certain aspects of which, like from these login pages, I think that's what you're talking about in regards to these domains. Like I did look at specifically like the buttons that were similar, like those HTML attributes to pivot and see from that. So there does exist infrastructure outside of what I had covered here, which is what I kind of wanted to get across with the how can you keep hunting for this. But yeah, like there are detections for those pages specifically that, at least in my opinion, work decently well. It is just in the end also contextualizing it with like what port numbers they're on and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Let's see. We had multiple questions about where to follow, like how can they follow you, keep up with you? Do you have a blog? Do you have a Twitter? Do you have, any of the things? Mastodon?
So I do have a Twitter. It is currently private. I'll drop it in the GreyNoise Discord after this talk. I don't necessarily want to drop this one on YouTube just due to the nature of the talk. But yeah, like my blogs, I had my own blog for a while. Now I host them on a blog with a Discord server I kind of frequent a lot. I'll throw all those links out in the Discord server, and then anyone who wants them can grab them from there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll put up, if you're not already, the Discord info is now at the bottom of the live stream, in that little image there. So join us in the Discord server. That's actually how Floofpone and I connected, was in the Discord, GreyNoise Discord server. Well, cool. Well, I think we're out of time, but I really, really appreciate this chat. There was a lot of folks that enjoyed it as well in the live stream chat. So thank you so much, Floofpone. We really appreciate it.
Oh, of course. Thank you for having me. And honestly, it was really awesome. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, have a great rest of your day. And we're going to come up into the last presentation of the day, I think, actually. This is the last one. This is with Jonathan. So I'm going to put you, pin your up on the screen so everyone can see you. And let's see, last kind of shout outs before we get into your talk. Shout out to everyone in the live stream chat. We appreciate you all. Let's see, we've got a bunch of people that I hadn't seen recently. So Ebam Bach, Dilatory, Stitch Prey, House and Land Explorer, La La Land, Dusty Wade. What's up, everyone? Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Friday afternoon. But Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us today. What are you going to be talking about with us?
Sure. I have a PowerPoint.
Cool.
Because that is how I roll. You don't have to roll this way. I encourage you not to roll this way if you can get away with it, but I can't get away with it. I've been talking about some timeline stuff. Can you see my screen, by the way?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay. We're not going to stick 100% of the time on the PowerPoint. We're going to dip into some notebooks. We're going to dip into GreyNoise on occasion. My talk is called Out of Touch, Out of Timeline. And mostly it's about temporal correlation, which is a fancy word for looking at the spots on the GreyNoise timeline and trying to be like, how can I operationalize this? Before I get into this, who am I? This is the standard slide. I have kind of two lives, my hobbyist life, my day job. My day job, I'm an engineer at GreyNoise. I've worn a lot of hats. Most of them tend to be data related. I want to say I'll give an example of my resume, which I think is most unfortunate that is data related. I was a data scientist at Boeing for a period. In my non-day job, my hobbyist role, I'm kind of a semi-pro threat hunter. I don't make money off it. I don't need to make money off of it. Instead, I think of it as an interesting link up of my past life as an area specialist and my current role. Likewise, I do translation work. I did a lot of the translation, initial translation of the tabularized data for the Anshun leak as an example. And I'm a D&D nerd. You can find me on Mastodon and InfoSec Exchange, and soon there will be a GitHub repo with what I'm, at least a slice of what I'm showing you today. So what do I mean by time series stuff? So I'm going to tell a story. It's roughly going to be how I got involved with GreyNoise, how I used it for independent research, and then what's happening with it now. I use GreyNoise to basically look at how early stage reconnaissance works with PRC subnets. I do this quite, I will say, not in necessarily an ordered way initially, and increasingly I've become slightly more ordered. I started very broadly. I was mostly interested in how scanning works in general. There's a dense literature which I can add to this deck because scanning to some degree is a function of Great Firewall China. It's used to detect out of policy hosts as well as tunneling activity. There's a great deal of literature on this, and a lot of it is tied to fun research questions like, how does a Great Firewall detect shadow socks? I won't necessarily dive into this. Instead, I want to stay very high level and be like, how can we're going to be mostly looking at how you can use some of the data shared in GreyNoise to kind of survey alongside some other companion sites. With this initial research, I started with a /16, which I will note the amount of IPs associated with subnets because there's going to be a lot of subnet math here. 110.52.0.0/16 is basically the 256 times 256 addresses right of the 110.52. So to save math, that's around 65,536 hosts. I use a presumption that if you slice into /24s, /24 is the last 256 of the bit, you'll find some rational activity within them. Just an arbitrary way to organize scanning behavior. Is it something that necessarily is how people organize or system administrators organize their behavior? Not necessarily, but certainly some people do. You have to slice. You have to cut the pie. And what I found at that time in 2023 is the /24s ending in 194, or excuse me, the 194, 195, 216, 217 subnets were actively crawling the SSL and targeting the US predominantly. This was with a lot of data, like thousands of hosts across those 4 subnets. The year 2024, A lot of things have changed with this one subnet. Namely, we've gone from about 1,200 scanners to 300. And I think what is most surprising of all, if you go based on the GreyNoise data, within the same /16, we've gone from 500 malicious scanning hosts down to 4. And this is like marked malicious over a 3-month period. So again, this is around the same period. This is in 2020, spring 2023. And that there's been this huge change based off of just looking at 2 different data sets is kind of making me think, is there something happening in the actual timeline that I'm not picking up? This is especially the case with spoofed IPs that seem to occur with exceptionally distinct timelines. In this case, I have 2 different IPs, very different parts of the IP space based on my hypothesis, but they're doing extraordinarily similar activities, going to 110.52.194.126 on port 22's scanning on Feb 17 for Israel, just one day. Same deal with its companion IP. And then I'll just pop into the UI to show exactly how this shows up. So this is under timeline, that same IP. Again, it's spoofed, so this will come into play a little later. Yeah, last 3 months, just one day. This other host, companion host, same day. Informally, I've noticed this increasingly in the new year across many PRC subnets. This will be something that won't come back up in this talk, but it will be kind of a future research milestone, I believe, that I will return to. So, given that, data set is now 300 scanners, only 4 of which are tagged malicious, and many of them which could have incomplete, for instance, TCP handshakes, makes it kind of incumbent. The idea is, what is going on with these timelines? But actually entertain that, I need to find a new IP space. In this case, I picked 113.220.0.0/14, just slightly larger space. It's 262,000 hosts versus around 66,000. So it's more or less quadrupled in expanse. I'm mostly concentrating /24s, like previous. Physically, it implies actually not we've changed ISPs from Unicom to China Telecom. Very similar geos. They're both labeled as Changsha. My best guess is that it's fairly distributed, but if you want to see like the largest data set in the area, we're probably moving from the Xingsha Cloud Data Center, which is more in the periphery of the city, to Lotus Garden China Telecom building, which is closer to the center of the city, and is notable because in 2022 it caught fire. Just something that happened unrelated to its scan behavior, perhaps. What I notice looking at it in like in an aggregate, and I will provide some aggregate data in the repo, is that it's about 50-50 malicious to unknown, and around 100 times richer than the source than the old subject. So there's about 4,000 active scanning hosts, and then 5 subnets with greater than 100 malicious scanning hosts. And this is closer to what I used for in the year 2023. Using the same methods I used in my talk in 2023, I kind of looked at and generally fingerprinted the behavior within that /24 subnets. And I noticed there's a lot of telnet brute forcing, not so much SSL scanning, by GreyNoise's tagging. And there's a lot more diffuse scanners across geos, especially with pointing towards Taiwan. It's more similar to 23 era network comms than we were seeing in 2024, which is very targeted, and potentially spoofing. So given this subject, how do we analyze this? Well, how can we look at timelines? And I want to say there's like two simple ways to go about this, just by using UX, which I found useful, or the UI. One is to look at one-off behaviors, which when I say one-off, it can be, it occurred at a very specific day, towards a very specific destination, or it could be a little broader of days. I would suggest for featurization that you find the largest duration to define this, which I'll have some code building to this that I'll display later. Reoccurring gets into this as well, but it's not even just about the longest extent series of scanning, as it is, how many scan periods you have that are greater than X amount of contiguous days or hours, which again I'll get into in a second. And just we're going to eyeball some of these, so we'll go with .80, which scanned January 21 through 23. You just take a look at it through the timeline, and boop, yeah, just shows up here. It's meaning it has at least 1 hour for each 3 of these days that's scanned. It's looking at port 22, which, hey, it's an SSH brute forcer. It's starting United States and Israel. So this leads to the question, is this similar? How similar is this to that one-off scan post that I showed previously? It's a good question. We need more variables to really kind of make sense of it. .96 is similar but different, using my favorite phrase. This one jumps between 2 different ports. So it's a one-off for 23, and then 23. Could it be that there was a misconfiguration that, I want to scan 23, but accidentally, configured it improperly? Maybe. Not much data necessarily go one way or the other. But again, it seems to target very specific destinations. It's doing scans in the United States and Indonesia. Another one-off example, which is malicious in this case, which is labeled Mirai, so it's definitely a little bit more opinionated. Middle of March, shows up Mirai, then goes into web crawling. It's 2 different ports, uses 2 different web agents, 2 different distinct configurations, and then 2 different user agents given 2 different ports as well. So there's very distinct behavior that's happening here that's in a very short period of time, and again, United States and Spain very selectively. So this is one form of behavior which can be classified, I think, relatively easily. Recurring behavior is where you get, I think, a little bit more richer features. We'll go into 197 as an example. And as you can see, even more user agents. Some of them are distinct in their difference. Like here is, I think it's Windows NT version that changes. I don't know why the scanner would change their NT version. I could understand why they're permuting through user agents, just in case somebody is, for instance, configuring a WEF to look at them. It's consistently by GreyNoise is consistently targeted as, or classified as malicious. It's doing Mirai looking things. In this case, however, prior to that, you do get some of the time to classify built within the extra couple days where it's scanning 23 specifically. And then on top of this, as a couple periods where it just stops. We don't have a story of why these breaks are happening. Could it be something based off of time of month? Is this an actor or a piece of infrastructure that just doesn't work at the beginning of the month? Is it something which doesn't work towards the middle of the month. We're not sure. We have to look at more pieces of data to really make sense of this. Another example, .50. It has a period where it scanned once. And then if you were to look further, it has a more engaged period where it's malicious. In some cases, my hypothesis of what's happening is there's dynamism on some of these hosts. I would suspect if you were to go to a known VPS provider, you would find a lot of dynamism. You'd find these periods of no activity because whoever picked up the host decided not to do scanning behavior. Likewise, if you look at, and we'll look at Hunt, which is a great service which operates very similar to Census as Floof shown. But it has a display that's very useful for doing timeline analysis like this. And you can also look at it and be like, okay, here is cases where nothing was actually hosted on the server, or its behavior has changed dramatically several times over a short period of time. And to me, that is the features one would need to say, okay, this looks like a VPS. This is dynamic enough. As far as this actual subnet is concerned, I have no idea. This could be an ISP. We have the ASN information, and we know it is China Telecom. China Telecom doesn't really advertise what their hosting capabilities are within their very large subnets. So that's just something to keep in mind. So it's a slightly different behavior, a long period of time followed by a one-off behavior, potentially a useful time. And one last look at something which is more engaged behavior. This is, again, quite similar. Earlier behavior, where it was malicious, again, Mirai, on a couple of ports we've seen already, especially port 23, which just seems to pop up here and there. And yeah, extended use with tag Mirai with some very specific port activity. We'll return to Hunt a little bit later, just to show you the kind of view you can get out of that if you're looking more at hosting than scanning. But in general, I think going one by one comparisons can be pretty hard. So kind of the approach I decided to do with this is similar as how I was doing this sort of analysis. I decided to aggregate. So I will jump quickly into demo time. I have about 10 minutes, so I may not get into everything here. I've already to-do'd something, which I will mention. Don't think I will get into holidays, but you will see that in a module probably fairly soon. So let me jump to my Jupyter notebook. So this is preliminary to what I'm going to host on GitHub. There is a data from 2023 set up there. I'm going to include the Unicom data and the CT data. In general, I have 3 notebooks. EDA, exploratory data analysis, is the simplest way to go, and then I'll get into I may have some interval research done, and then the really advanced stuff I'll get into lowest decomposition, just to be like, here is what the alpha nerds are using for this sort of stuff, and here are the limitations of it. So quick EDA. So what did I do? The sample CT aggregated pickle file, which I will include the pickle file in the repo, but I will have the scripts for grabbing it if you want to get a similar data set. Basically, I scanned every single, I used, this is within the time series. And this is, again, very rough code because I had to go fast. I more or less used the hourly summary API in GreyNoise in order to grab this data. Grabbing everything that I'd already knew had a valid scanning IP by doing a summarization scan across the entire subnet. And I won't get into the actual subnet queries. That's fairly straightforward. If you have questions about any of the specific GreyNoise queries, you can ping me in Discord, and I can get to it. But focusing on some time series analysis. So basically what I did is I took every single scan period, every single time there was a scan that occurred in an hour per IP, aggregated it all together and was like, okay, what does this look like when we think about it as a time series? And this is roughly what it looks like. And if it looks jagged, hell yeah. It's very jagged because this is cut to hourly periods. So there's going to be certain periods where scans just don't happen. There's going to be periods where there's dramatic changes to scan behavior. I'll get into more hourly analysis in just a moment. But I mean, if you were to fit this curve, kind of looks like a weird downward shaped sine wave, which I don't have a hypothesis about why it's downward shaped or why the lump hits the beginning of 3-1. One of the challenges of time series analysis statistically is you don't have assumptions to help you out. It's what's called a non-parametric form of statistical analysis. Compare it with like a parametric form of statistical analysis, like say doing a t-test. You have the assumption, well, for the most part, you'll have the assumption of a normal curve. So you'll be trying to fit that. Most time series analysis, you're not going to be fitting to a Gaussian or a normal curve. So this makes it so we have to dive a little bit deeper into this. So one way I've decided to do this is, okay, we're gonna do what we always do. We're gonna split into subnets. So 113.220.0, these are all the individual subnets broken out. And you can see this is something you see in aggregate. 221 is way more busy than companion subnets. If we break that out further, removing 221, everything is kind of all over the place. There doesn't seem to be much correlation between most of these subnets either. You can see periods, for instance, where 223 it has like a base form of like maybe it's performing some occasional scans, whereas 222 and 220 are very, very busy. Mainly the main correlated area is centered around 215. I don't have an answer for why this happens. It's just something our analysis provides us detail on. It's interesting, however, though, is if we look at 215, including 221, you see the bump here, and you see a nosedive here, which leads to questions, and unfortunately, not many answers. Moving forward, I did some analysis on day of time and where things are happening. It's worth noting this is in PST, which is my local time zone. So when you see bumps around 20 and like 2000 and 0500 PST, it's roughly coherent to 1700 and 0500 it's roughly coherent to midnight and noon UTC. So my working theory of what kind of standardizes behavior across these subnets is probably cron jobs. You'll notice I pulled out 221, but if you're to look at 221, which dwarfs everything else, it's it's around the same area. Let's see. And then if we're to look at day of the week in which things happen, again, pulling out 221 because it dwarfs all other behavior, you can kind of see actually day of the week, like it doesn't seem like there's human operators behind this. Like Saturday and Sunday, or none operators that care about day of week. There's not a coherent. So you can see Friday, Monday, Saturday. You can see Friday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday growing upwards, but that's not a sequential day of week for 222. And in general, it seems more random than not looking at this. And in fact, the one I would say interesting feature, which could be extracted and used to your advantage, is that the day of week is not correlated among these subnets. They have distinct behaviors. A good example of this is you see, like I was saying, there's an added trend Friday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday for 222. 223, it's not ordered like that. So that's some quick EDA on this front. I'm running close to out of time, so let me. I will show a quick previews here. I did some quick holiday analysis. Here's when scans occurred during certain holidays. The holidays are a summation of North American holidays, and global holidays such as New Year's Eve, North American holidays like MLK Day, and APAC holidays such as Spring Festival and Qingming. We have a lot of activity even when there is a holiday, which gives me kind of a beginning theory. And again, one should probably do something like a t-test to say, hey, is this a statistically significant difference? The hosts, which are that scan very quick, very constantly, does the holiday matter? And that's something you can bring statistical rigor to. In this case, just eyeballing the data as one would do in doing simple exploratory data analysis, it seems okay. Well, clearly there's no bias towards Western holidays so far. But again, this is something that should be corrected for duration. Jumping to decomp. So if you really want to look even closer into seasonality and to see, is there periodicity to this actual data, STL decomposition is a very useful approach. Again, it makes no assumptions about distribution. You're merely fitting a linear algorithm, a low-S algorithm, to say, hey, given this sort of periodicity and given that there's a seasonality of 7, try to break out this overall hits per hour trend line or line into a trend component, the season component, and a residual. And mostly what we get out of this is a clear marking of where those spikes were, which was, we go back to the EDA, we'll say it's, for instance, this is the one that's early, I think mid-February. There's a little bit more work that can be done. I'll hop here. I see some additional work to be done for, like I said, doing a rigorous comparison of US holidays versus APAC holidays. I think there's, like I was mentioning when I was hopping through the UI, there's probably a way to create a classifier to compare longest sequence of contiguous sequence of scans versus not. And then really going into the deep side, I highly suggest, if you're interested in working with series, to look at the book Forecasting, which gets deeper into methods such as STL decomposition as well as prediction. In general, forecasting might not necessarily be great for creating features for scanning patterns, because, like I was mentioning, it's a combinatorially complex problem. You have to break down to subnets. You don't know where the shared infrastructure behaviors are. And as I mentioned previously, non-parametric methods are challenging. However, in general, looking at correlation across timestamps is really useful. Use it for platform logins. A friend liked to look at timestamp correlations between, say, Twitter and Gab, and say maybe an offsite WordPress site, which is really useful if you want to see where shared narratives are coming from. You can do it. It's definitely used to track financial transactions. Timestamp correlation is used for GeoGates specifically. Don't try to jump across a very don't find ways to do transactions at ATMs that are thousands of miles apart, seconds apart, in other words. And Hunt also has, I think, UI that's very useful for this approach. This is a specific example of an open directory site, which you can tell because it has DC rat. But you can see it has certs popping around, which you can simply look at the duration and compare the duration of each of the certificate lifetimes to be like, is this a more ephemeral host than, more dedicated host that's part of the infrastructure? So as I'm coming to the end of this talk, I will quickly conclude. Scanning behavior is not a constant behavior, and in specific, like year to year, in specific in 2024 PRC scanners, we're seeing a lot of weird spoofing behavior. The timing of scans are still giving you useful metadata that you can use to try to work on hypotheses of shared infrastructure. Mainly what you're looking for is common timings. What happens together, what happens apart. And in general, one should have knowledge of blessings and curse with this sort of approach. And con of there's no guarantees on patterns and there's limited testability in some cases, meaning you don't get to assume like a normal distribution of data. You're working with your own known assumptions. But the good side is all you need are timestamps to really get started. And then the real upshot is literally every computer network operation is a timestamp. If it doesn't have a timestamp, it's even more sus than otherwise. So yeah, that is my talk on correlating time series using GreyNoise. I'll stop sharing.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time today, Jonathan. I really appreciate you giving that presentation. Well, cool. Well, I guess we're gonna wrap it up here, because that was the last talk. Jonathan, where can people follow you and things like that? Keep in touch.
Bees at InfoSec Exchange.
Okay.
I'm on Mastodon, like all the cool kids are.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, man. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to do a little sign off here for everyone. If you've been enjoying this content, please let us know. Send us a tweet on Twitter, or X as they call it now. Tweet to GreyNoise.io. Let us know that you enjoyed this. Also, stay tuned to this YouTube channel. I'm going to upload all of the talks that we had today. They're going to be as individual videos. So if you found this stuff to be helpful, please share it. Post it in Discord, on Reddit, or wherever else. Just share the love. That'd be really helpful. And also, if you want to speak at a future event like this, please keep us in mind. You can email community@greynoise.io, or just email sam@greynoise.io. That goes directly to me. I'd love to hear from you. We're going to be doing more NetNoiseCons in the future. We'll do one later this year, probably after DEF CON, maybe late August, early September or so. And then we'll have one again before the end of the year. So there's going to be more opportunities for people to speak, give presentations, and things like that. But I really hope that everyone found this to be useful. The whole goal of this conference was to create a space for people on the defensive side of things to share knowledge, to inspire others, and really create a space for folks to connect with one another and learn. So I hope we've done that today, and we're just going to keep on making it better for the next time. So join us on Discord. It's we have all the community links at greynoise.io/community, or the Discord link right there at the bottom of the screen. We'd love to see you over there. We also have a weekly podcast that is live every Tuesday morning. It's called Stormwatch. It streams on like literally every platform, so you could watch it on LinkedIn, Twitch, YouTube. Join us in those spaces every Tuesday morning, so you can actually join the show live, so to speak, by jumping in the chat and commenting with folks. That team, including Bob and Kimber, they are analyzing the week's InfoSec news, big things that have happened. They've been bringing on guests every single week too lately, which has been really cool. So I highly suggest, if you're in this space, if you're interested in any of the types of things that we've been talking about today, Stormwatch is a great addition to your YouTube, subscription, or your podcast feed, or whatever, your podcast app. Download Stormwatch. I think you'll enjoy it. But that's about it. Thank you so much for watching today. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go out and get lunch and I'll enjoy the rest of my Friday. I hope you guys have had a great day today. I hope you have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. This is Sam from GreyNoise signing off. Peace, everyone.